All right, everyone. Good morning. My name is Joaquin Esquivel, Chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Wednesday, July 16th. It is 9 a.m., and I'd like to bring this meeting back into order. Joining me this morning is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Sean McGuire, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and Board Member Nicole Morgan. We're also joined by our Executive Director, Eric Oppenheimer, our two Chief Deputies, Karen Mogus and Eric Ekdahl. Our Chief Counsel is Michael Loffer. Our acting clerk of the board today, if you will, is Margie Argel, and assisting her is Elizabeth Carrillo. As you can see, this is a hybrid meeting with both in-person and web components. If you're joining us virtually, you should be viewing us through a traditional webcast on the Cal EPA website or the YouTube Live website. But if you intend on commenting on any of today's items, you need to be on the Zoom platform. There is a link at the top of the agenda with instructions and a form to fill out if you wish to speak on any item today. If you have any challenges with that, please do just email the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help get you on the platform. Once you are on the platform, your camera will be off. You will be on mute until it's your turn to speak on the item you've indicated. For everyone in the room here, good morning. Good to see you all. We're in Sacramento in the California Environmental Protection Agency building. A few announcements here for us as well. Please do observe the exits. If we happen to have an emergency, we'll calmly file out to Cesar Chavez Plaza and await further direction. Also, if you intend on commenting on any of today's items, there is a laptop at the side of the room and a QR code as well to sign up. Once you are at the podium, please do introduce yourself if you feel comfortable, any affiliation you have. And lastly, please do silence phones so that we just have an uninterrupted discussion today. With that, yesterday we had public forum, and this morning we'll just start right in. And I believe we have our hydrologic update. Good to see you, Jeff Laird. I believe Jessica Bean will be joining us here as well. Give a moment for the panel to start. Good morning to you both. Good to see you.
Good morning, board members. We have a brief hydrologic update for you today, and it's not just me today, so we'll have another voice, which is fun. If we could go to the next slide, please. I'm sorry, I'm Jessica Bean with the Division of Water Rights. So we're going to just briefly touch on the current statewide hydrology, a little bit on the Scott and Shasta River update, and then some information on Term 91. So if we can go to the next slide, please. Precipitation statewide is looking pretty similar to where we were last month when we met. We're at about 95% of average statewide. Next slide, please. If we kind of break things down regionally, in the Northern Sierra index, it's showing about 105% of average. Next slide. The San Joaquin index is 67% of average. And then the next slide, please. And Tulare is 82%. And again, on these slides, we're looking at that dark blue line. I apologize, these are getting busier and busier. I think we'll have to talk to our friends at DWR and see if we can clean up some of them to make them a little easier to follow. But the light blue area is your average that we're comparing things to. Next slide, please. Okay, and looking at our major water supply reservoirs, again, very similar to where we were this time last month. Most of the reservoirs are at or near average. We're down a few percentage points statewide, so we're looking at about 110% of average for the state. Next slide. So jumping into a brief update on our Scott and Shasta River watershed, starting with the Shasta River. Conditional curtailments, went into effect on June 27th. And the flows have been hovering around that 50 CFS minimum. So again, when you're looking at this graph, the blue line is showing precipitation, flows. Green is precipitation, and then your red bar is the minimum. And you can see there as we get to the very far edge that the blue line is kind of crossing that red line. So yesterday morning, we were about 55 CFS. So again, hovering right around there, and staff are monitoring that. And if you note in the final kind of blue box there on the end, we are seeing both Chinook and Coho in this system right now as of July 8th. So that's good news. And then if we can go to the next slide, please. The Scott River curtailments are still suspended there. So the flows have been above the emergency minimum. Yesterday, they were about 89 CFS in the morning, but they are pretty quickly coming down. And so we expect them to start getting near that minimum threshold soon, particularly as we move into August, which the minimum flows go down also into 30. You'll see they go from 50 to 30 next month. But again, also Chinook and Coho in the system there as well. Next slide, please. And then I just wanted to take a moment to mention the curtailment exceptions for firefighting because there are, some fires going on throughout our state, and currently none of them are impacting these watersheds directly. But if that does occur, we just want to remind folks that there are human health and safety exemptions for both diversions for firefighting, but also for the maintenance of firefighting water supplies. And just as an example, the 2024 Shelley fire staff did delay curtailments in the Scott River and extended the reporting deadlines. So we do recognize that that's important, and we'll be monitoring very closely the Siskiyou County area to make sure that if anything impacts, we'll be on top of it. Before we move on to the Term 91 discussion, I just wanted to pause and see if there were any follow-up questions to this.
Seeing none.
Okay, well then I will pass things over.
Thank you, Jessica. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. These next few slides are going to be dedicated to Water Rights Term 91, and I'll just give a brief review of that and an update. So next slide, please. So briefly to read Term 91, Term 91 is a water rights term that is included in permits and licenses granted after 1965 in the Bay Delta watershed, and when we invoke it, we require those permits and licenses to stop diverting when the Division of Water Rights give notice that water is not available for use at their priority. This occurs when the Delta is in balanced condition and the State Water Project and Central Valley projects are releasing previously stored water to meet Bay Delta Plan water quality and flow requirements in the Delta. This previously stored water we refer to as supplemental project water, and we'll have a little more on that in a moment. The face value of Term 91 rights in the Delta watershed total about 3 million acre feet, and the total demand curtailed in a typical summer curtailment period is about 100,000 acre feet. Next slide, please. This slide is the Term 91 web posting that we update weekly for the public to track and kind of watch supplemental project water throughout the year. We also post whether Term 91 is in effect or not. As of June 20th this year, it did go into effect. So what you see in the red shaded area is when supplemental project water is positive, and that means that a portion of project storage releases are needed to maintain Delta water quality and flow requirements. And then when it's negative, natural flow is sufficient to meet those water quality requirements and other in-basin demands. In many years like this year, Term 91 curtailments are triggered by drier hydrologic conditions and increased demands in the irrigation season, usually late spring or early summer. And yeah, like I said, this year curtailments went into effect on June 20th as we saw kind of sustained rising supplemental project water, and the Delta was in balanced conditions. Next slide, please.
Actually, can I ask, because
yeah.
it seems to kind of stand out. In February, seems to have been a lot of supplemental water released. Just kind of wondering what conditions kind of contributed to that moment there.
It does look a little odd. So in the winter, we get rather large, jarring-looking false positives that occur when there are large releases from storage for flood control or in spill events. The Delta is certainly not in balanced conditions. It is largely in excess in those times. So in terms of Term 91, it's not something we worry about.
Yeah, for sure. No, that's helpful. It's helpful to know there. Thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, okay, we can move on. So this slide, just to wrap up, wanted to show the last 10 years of supplemental project water data, and these are specifically the years in which we curtailed. So this is every year that wasn't a wet year. We invoked Term 91. And really what I wanted to show here is just in the years that we curtail, we can see the supplemental project water rising throughout that late spring period into June. And, staff and our colleagues at the projects, we usually have a pretty good idea around, June or mid-June that we're going to see sustained high supplemental project water over the course of the summer. And that's it. Yeah. I'm happy to take other questions on Term 91, though.
Appreciate the overview on Term 91. I know it's an important part of, again, any permits or licenses that we have after 1965, and an important tool, obviously, to help protect stored water. Just thanks. Appreciate the overview. Looking to colleagues if they have any questions. Vice Chair.
I just appreciate the additional information in this update. This is information that I just didn't know about. In particular, that slide that you had on the 3 million acre feet of Term 91 holders, and then the 100,000 on average. So just ongoing updates like this, I think, are very useful, especially since we're kind of viewing this tool as information, as we implement the Bay Delta Plan. And the other thing that strikes me, in fact, I got a hold of Ms. Riddle when the notice went out earlier this year. It felt a little earlier than needed, and so it was a good conversation that we had. And so that chart that you have on the average date in non-wet year types, I think that's helpful as well. The other piece would be just what kind of inquiries do you get when you notify Term 91 permittees that curtailment is likely to occur? Are you receiving inquiries and questions about hydrology and why is that necessary? Just trying to get a better sense of the acceptance of this tool this many years out in using it.
Absolutely. And actually, I did have one extra slide that might show some of the curtailment dates in the past 10 years. If we could go bring that up. I can also just summarize it. Really, over the last 10 years, most of our curtailments have occurred pretty consistently beginning of June. And it is pretty stark and just interesting that we've seen such a difference between specifically wet hydrologic year types where we have not invoked Term 91 and these other years, every other year type, when we do around June. And to your other question about what inquiries we get, I think, as long as I've been here since 2021, I think the Term 91 right holders kind of know what to expect. So when we issue these notices of imminent curtailment, we rarely get inquiries that are, when are you going to turn it on? Or, I think most of the right holders know what to expect and they're watching our updates. Also, the communications that we have with the projects are usually open information that everyone is also seeing. So
that's reassuring. Thank you.
I appreciate those questions, Vice Chair. And actually, as a bit of a follow-up, do you ever find yourselves having to enforce on Term 91 or to, your prior points, you see pretty good compliance ultimately?
From our end, we see pretty good compliance. I know enforcement has looked at Term 91 water rights holders before. I don't know specifically, but I can get back to you with that.
No, I really appreciate that. And to the Vice Chair's point, I think just having a greater handle and understanding what our operations looking like in the Delta, what's, going out what is the continued balancing that's going on that the project operators have to contend with, including us then implementing Term 91 to help when it comes to stored water. I think will just become a more important discussion here before the board, and important just to continue to have more of a check-in around. So really do appreciate here this moment to be able to check in on Term 91. I think it's a sort of discussion we'll be having a lot more as we, as the Vice Chair said, go to adopt the Bay Delta Plan and certainly implement it as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Double checking here at the dais in case there's anything further from folks. And seeing none, thank you. Really appreciate here this update. Look forward to, I know we're here in our summer months, so no surprises hydrologically, but still a lot of things to manage through nonetheless. So many thanks. All right, that wraps up item number 5 and brings us to item number 6, which is here an exciting informational item and update and presentation on our wastewater needs assessment. I know we have our partners here from UCLA and otherwise, and so glad to be able to have this item and highlight the work that's going on here. We'll give a moment for folks to swap out.
You ready?
Good to see you, Ms. Jimerson.
Good to see you too.
Excited to have this item.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Austin.
Well, good morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the board, and members of the public. My name is Dania Jimerson. I am a senior engineer with the Division of Water Quality, and leading the wastewater needs assessment project efforts from the state water board side. Next, please. So Greg and I are very excited to be here today to provide you a brief overview of the wastewater needs assessment, and I will cover the project background and introduction to the project team, and the goal and phase approach of the project, and the advisory group, its members, meetings, and the key role in guiding the process. And Greg will highlight phase 1 accomplishments, some of the challenges, and of course, most importantly, what is next? Next, please. So, back in the memory lane, as you remember, in 2022, the board adopted a resolution authorizing the executive director to enter into a multi-year $4 million contract with UCLA to lead the statewide wastewater needs assessment. UCLA is the lead investigator, and they subcontracted 4 other universities for a specialized task. One, for example, Sacramento State, the Office of Water Programs is collecting and analyzing all the wastewater treatment facility data, and they are also conducting the cost and solution analysis. The University of Massachusetts, they are using all that data from the Office of Water Programs to fill in all the data gaps, particularly in areas, unsewer areas. And they are applying a predictive model to identify likely locations of on-site wastewater systems. And finally, UC Davis and UC Agricultural and Natural Resources, they are conducting a statewide baseline survey, and they are also leading the field campaign to ground truth the data from the survey. Next, please. So these are the 2 phases of the project. Phase 1 began in July 2023 and end recently in June 30, 2025 with the completion of the Phase 1 report that is now for internal review. So Phase 1 laid the foundation for a statewide wastewater analysis, develop data methods, launch a survey, and identify data gaps. They also define risk inadequacy for system types and outline approaches for modeling solutions, estimating costs, and identifying potential funding sources. Phase 2, which already the project team has completed, has advanced in a few of their tasks. It's scheduled to be completed in 2027. And the Phase 2 main goals are to publish a list and mapping tools of systems of concerns, analyze the needs and solution costs across system types using the Phase 1 methods, and provide a roadmap and for continued assessment beyond the 2027 project and time frame. And as you can see in this slide, the advisory group meetings align with the project phases, making the input from advisory group members especially valuable throughout the process, especially for completion of Phase 1. Next, please. So that leads us into the advisory group members, and this was not, the advisory group was not part of the initial wastewater needs assessment contract scope, but UCLA highly recommended the formation of an advisory group to obtain diverse engagement outside of the wastewater needs assessment project team and the water boards. So the advisory group member selection is representative of diverse organizations across California, and they volunteer to be part of this effort, which is very important. So we had several meetings, and each meetings require a significant preparation from the wastewater needs assessment project team, including executive summaries, presentations, and so forth. However, this preparation, in my opinion, Greg might differ, but it has been essential to staying on track with the project deadlines. So now I will turn it over to Greg Pierce, the Wastewater Needs Assessment Principal, Investigator, and UCLA Professor, to walk us through the Phase 1 accomplishments, challenges, and next step.
Thanks, Danya, and good morning again to the board chair and the rest of the board members. If we go to the next slide, I'm going to be doing a lot of next sliding because we have a lot of slides, and I only want to take a few minutes so we can have comments and discussion. I think everyone's aware, but I'll go ahead and reiterate what's the goal of the wastewater needs assessment. It's really threefold. First of all, to identify and especially to provide potential solutions for, but also motivate both further attention and further investment to sanitation and broader wastewater compliance. Challenges, of course, to support the Water Board's vision and efforts to ensure clean, safe, and affordable water for human uses and environmental protection across the state. This project is also specifically geared to support the realization of the human right to water per Assembly Bill 685, especially the emphasis on access to water-related sanitation services. Next slide. The effort also supports the board's racial equity goals, including the risk assessment, all things you'll hear about more in just a second, the risk methodology and the prioritization of underserved and disadvantaged communities, the field campaign that's been led by UCANR, the quantitative risk and inadequacy assessment, which is really geared towards motivating equitable investment planning, and then more broadly, the scientific approach and commitment to data transparency and accountability of the effort. Next slide. And then, further to emphasize sort of the broader strategies, support for broader strategies that the board is undertaking for racial equity, this project furthers integrating racial equity and measuring impact, creating and maintaining inclusive spaces, and activating and drawing upon community wisdom and sharing knowledge and power. Next slide. And now I'm going to walk you through the tasks of Phase 1, which we just wrapped up, as Danya mentioned, starting with Phase 1B, because Phase 1A is the work plan. Who wants to hear about that? Phase 1B is really where the action starts. Phase 1B is a little bit different than the rest of the project so standing on its own, and actually has two parts. The first of which is on the screen, which is the baseline survey, which our colleagues at UCANR have led the effort on, a statewide survey around, a qualitative survey around community-based sanitation needs and gaps, as well as a parallel spatial analysis with data on key types of vulnerable communities and housing situations related to wastewater services. And then the group is also undertaking, which they didn't have to, but they're doing over and above a field campaign to further document sanitation challenges and successes throughout the state. And a report, a standalone report on this should be coming out in the next few weeks. Next slide. Along with that, we at UCLA have also undertaken sort of a baseline review of existing data methodologies and also similar sounding or similar in spirit studies that have taken place in the past to properly contextualize the wastewater needs assessment and not duplicate current efforts and really draw on anything we can learn from current efforts. Although I want to stress that in so many spaces in this project, we've really had to develop and co-develop our own methods and collect our own data with, of course, the coordination of the board. Next slide. The next three phases and really where, there are more slides around sort of from data collection to solutions assessment methodologies. Phase one is really about collecting data and creating methods and being ready to run analysis, which is what we'll end with on phase two. But first of all, there was a lot of data assessment, and Office of Water Programs at Sacramento State really led this effort, really an amazing effort to figure out, first of all, which types of facilities or systems were to be included, both at a high level, but then specifically which systems and facilities. The organization of the assessment is really around three different facility or system types: NPDES, WDR, and SSO. Do want to note that we're also, of course, focusing on on-site systems and unsewered communities, but that takes a slightly different track. Next slide. But the next few slides really just illustrate the amount of work that went into coming up with the list of systems and sort of the initial data assessment around what was possible to, again, look at inadequacy, risk, and solutions. But a lot of work that was undertaken by Office of Water Programs with Division of Water Quality staff, but also a lot of collaboration with regional boards and sort of back and forth on data assessment and specific systems over the last 18 months. Next slide. And here we have just sort of a characterization of the systems that we're going to be working with going forward. I'm not going to go through all the numbers, of course, but we basically have 2,657 systems across the three types and, of course, across the three regional boards that we will be assessing for inadequacy and risk of inadequacy and solutions in phase two of this work. Next slide.
Can I ask a question on slide 13 there?
Sure.
The middle column, it says count of SSO. So is that the count of collection systems or sewer overflows?
Yeah, collection systems. That's what we're referring to with the acronym SSO here.
Okay, because that stands for sanitary sewer overflow. So I just want to make sure that we're being clear. All right, thank you.
Sure, we're using SSO as shorthand for sanitary sewer order general permit, but I understand the confusion that you're noting. But here we are talking about collection systems and then respectively with NPDES and WDR, different types of treatment systems.
Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, and if you're going to talk about this later, feel free to keep going. But I'm just wondering, one of the things that we've done on the regulatory front is expand in our general order for sanitary sewer systems the size and types. We just relatively recently issued a new one that expanded that. And I think we've also, Office of Enforcement has been doing a lot of look into where there's under enrollment in that. And I'm wondering if there's a sense of whether there's a higher number of, a significantly higher number of sanitary sewer systems that may ultimately fit into the category that we'd want to be able to include in the wastewater needs assessment that we just don't have yet because they're under enrolled or our regulatory programs kind of have a gap. And this is an assessment. This portion is just trying to get a handle on what categories we're looking at. And it's just an area that I think on anecdotal level, I'm concerned that there's a gap in terms of our ability to even know what's out there and assess them because of under enrollment. But I don't know if you've been able to identify whether that's real or not. It may just be anecdotal of ones that I know of, but it could be that on a statewide level, that's not significant, but that may not be something that you've been able to assess yet. I'm not sure.
So you're referring here to collection systems that don't appear in this count?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not sure I have much of a response to that. Certainly, again, there has been a focus here on, for each of these 3 different system or facility types, those are related with very specific criteria. Those are related to domestic wastewater related or sanitation services. But in terms of, those are still from a broader count that's fed from official board records and the CWICS database. So in terms of systems that are off the grid, as it were, off the radar, we don't have a count of those. Inherently, it's hard to get counts of those. Perhaps from the field work and other conversations give us some sense of what you're referring to, but I'm not sure. We're not undertaking a specific effort to count the uncounted collection systems. I think that's what you're getting at.
Yeah, and I think the Office of Enforcement has been doing some work with regional boards on this, so that may be more of the area where that fits. And maybe I'll just say for this purpose, we're working with what we have data on right now, and that's already a huge lift. But I'm definitely interested to see if there's kind of a gap here just in terms of data and what's on our radar, especially with the most underserved communities. I think those are probably ones where they may fall in a gap here, and more so than probably the other categories. I think the sanitary sewer overflows, I'm using the wrong acronym. The sanitary sewer systems, collection systems, I think there may be some significant communities that are falling through the cracks here. And so I just look forward to future iterations as we're improving the work on the regulatory side in terms of enrollment and that kind of work, that we can be looking at that. And also just in terms of data collection, maybe that's something that we can continue to fill in, because one of the questions when we adopted the general order for the sanitary sewer system, or the general order, was who do we include? Do we include are the private side? There was a lot of scope questions, and we expanded somewhat, but we also didn't go as far as we could have. And so I'm just, it's an area I think to continue to explore when we're looking at sanitation services and adequacy.
Yeah, I appreciate that, board member. What comes to mind certainly is, like, say, East Orosi, which wasn't a permitted system here amongst the systems out there, and so maybe there is an opportunity with Office of Enforcement and the regional boards to at least cast some light on what that like how large of an issue it might be on permitted systems, at least just to get some sort of thumbnail sketch at some point. It's appreciated. Board Member McGuire.
Hi, yes, thank you. I think we're all enjoying assessing this table here. So I'm tracking as well. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding how you bend the different entities. So there's a lot of wastewater treatment facilities that have both an NPDES and a WDR They discharge to surface water and they discharge to land. So I was wondering how you distinguished those facilities. Are there overlapping, or did you pick one and put it in a category, or how did you approach that here?
Yeah, I mean, we did not pick one, so they're overlapping in terms of the assessment. We will have to deal with the complexity potentially, as we'll get to in a second, say an NPDS system being deemed as inadequate, but a WDR system in the same place or space not being so. Potentially, I don't know. We haven't run that assessment, but they are overlapping. We're certainly aware, and a lot of work has been done to look at the overlap and match up the overlap, so we're not sending ultimately with the results inconsistent messages around facilities that maybe for some purposes are joint and for these permitting purposes are distinct. So there's a lot of work to be done there, again, depending on what the results show, to communicate that out. But I think that's a short answer to your question.
Yeah, that's helpful. It sounds like you're going to go into a little bit more depth on that. So I think it wouldn't be fair to just count all these up as individual facilities. There's actually quite a bit of overlap. So I think that's just important to keep in mind as we go through this. But
Sure.
It sounds like you're going to cover that. Thank you.
Well, not in detail, given the remit of, I guess, this presentation, but we have a lot of detail in the report. The next slide somewhat illustrates the process that was gone through to do sort of the matching and joining exercise. But yes, I will say more broadly, we are constantly trying to straddle the line with this project between the complexity that is presented to us in this world and trying to make the results legible and somewhat more broadly accessible than perhaps the wastewater field has been historically, which is part of the goal of this project. So especially when it comes to slides like this, we're inevitably reducing the words and condensing to acronyms. But yeah, it's a real, I think, challenge, and we're constantly kind of trying to tinker with the language, so and the way we present things. So we appreciate the feedback.
Yeah, thank you. It's helpful.
Sorry, one more, just observation on this. Just, coming from the drinking water side, I often think of wastewater as more, already more regional and consolidated because a lot of the actual treatment plants are regional. But it's interesting, this was a helpful conversation of you can't just add up the total, doesn't mean that they're each separate entities, they're separate permits, really. But just to say, I think something as we're, learning through this process is just reflecting on, there is a lot of fragmentation, especially with the, maybe less so with the treatment. It's the treatment facilities themselves, but with especially the sanitary sewer system collection systems, there's fragmentation of governance structures, and just it's interesting to kind of reflect on maybe some of the ways I've thought of characterizing wastewater as already gone through more of a consolidation phase or farther along in that than drinking water. But I think on some, just looking at these numbers, it may not be as much as I think I had understood before. So it's something to continue to learn about.
Appreciate that, board member. Certainly the benefit of this whole exercise is really to ground what the reality is out there for these systems.
All right, I'll keep going.
Oh, we have our Office of Enforcement weighing in.
Thanks, Yvonne.
Ms. West. Oh, here. You should be good now.
Just real quick, I wanted to let you know that there are under 50 systems that I've identified that have failed to re-enroll in the new sanitary sewer order. I don't have a good sense of I don't have any indication that is a broader population outside of that we think should be enrolled. So we're talking about less than 50.
Great, thanks.
Yeah, really helpful. And also helpful that, we put in digitization of, sanitary sewer systems in there. So that should, with time here, be a huge benefit. All right, I think we're ready to proceed. Thank you, Dr. Pierce.
All right, so this again gives a little bit more detail around the process, which again, our colleagues at Office of Water Programs have done, I think, amazing work to categorize systems, remove duplicate entries, and also match up, different types of permits that really pertain to the same facility. And we could, I believe, create a table that helps get to Board Member McGuire's point on this, but we don't have it on hand. All to produce, again, a list of final permits pertaining to facilities and systems that we will be analyzing going forward. Next slide. And really, here's where we get more to the point, the first point, which is not just to collect lists of systems, but to assess them for their, with respect to their performance and their both potential inadequacy and risk of inadequacy. And again, because of the differences between types of facilities, we're essentially doing 6 different assessments here. And every system or facility with an NPDES, WDR, so permit will be empirically or quantitatively assessed as anywhere between not at risk of inadequacy to inadequate. We are leaving the potential, I think, particularly with respect to some WDR systems, that there may still be insufficient data to actually come to a judgment. But we will be running an empirical assessment starting very soon on the list of systems we have with the criteria of inadequacy and risk that I'll talk about on the next few slides. So if we could move to the next slide. When we say inadequacy, this does require new definitions and specific criteria around identifying systems that are not adequately treating and or disposing of wastewater. The criteria, which we don't list on these slides because they're very long, we don't have enough time to list them here, but they've been presented in previous advisory group meetings. They'll be presented again in an advisory group meeting next week, and they're in the report, are informed primarily by permit orders, lack of compliance with monitoring reporting regulations, open enforcement orders, et cetera. Next slide. And our determination of the inadequacy criteria really is not just been, this effort has been led by UCLA, I'll say, but it's been in coordination with the broader project team, but especially with an internal working group of board staff experts that's been incredibly helpful, as well as with the advisory group, which has provided a lot of great feedback and direction on what's reasonable for these inadequacy criteria. As I mentioned, both the criteria and sort of scoring does vary by different facility types quite considerably, and there's some factors, specific metrics that are common across several of the systems. Some are unique to one permit type, and some apply to all permit types. Again, we're not showing you the details here, given the space we had for the presentation, but all of that is laid out in the phase 1 report. Next slide. In addition to looking at systems that are potentially inadequate, we're also assessing systems that are not currently inadequate, but are at risk of becoming inadequate, in order, of course, not just to score systems, but to identify them and support those systems so hopefully they never become inadequate. And there's a number of different factors we looked at in terms of risk of inadequacy across 4 different categories, those being socioeconomic, operational, environmental, and public health outcomes, although the whole project is geared towards public health. Again, we looked at a lot of different factors that were proposed to us or seemed justifiable based on previous studies. We weren't able to include all the factors that we were interested in, or we initially thought we could, or that others suggested to us. But ultimately, we've landed on about 25 different risk indicators that we will be able to analyze in a formula to, again, assess risk of inadequacy for systems and facilities in each of these 3 permit types. Next slide. And again, all of the details of that are in the phase 1 report. In addition to this, of course, we're not just looking at systems and facilities with these 3 permit types. There's a big need and mandate in the wastewater needs assessment to look at unsewered communities and assess in different terms the adequacy of on-site sewage treatment systems and more narrowly on-site wastewater treatment systems. A lot of that work is being informed by our colleagues at UMass, given the lack of statewide data, who are able to predict at the parcel level the presence of sewer service. It's a binary or not sewer service, using the methodology you see here on the screen, which they've using a lot of real data to train their model and have done similar analyses in other states with high degrees of accuracy and confidence. The details of this analysis will actually be presented at next week's advisory group meeting. But this will be both a tool in and of itself for the board and the state, but also feed directly, if you move into the next slide, for a separate groundwater impacts assessment, which is really focused on considering the likelihood of on-site wastewater treatment systems, or OTS, impacting groundwater quality, particularly through the pathway of nitrate. Again, this will be used instrumentally in the wastewater needs assessment, as I'll show you in a second, but also could be used to guide OTS connection planning more broadly. But we do want to note it's not intended to conflict or override in any way OTS policy or regional county implementation in this space. Next slide. So here we move to, really the point of this work is not just to identify systems or characterize the landscape of facilities and permit types across the state, or to assess their performance. It's to identify systems and communities that need help, find solutions, and find ways to pay for them. So the next stage of the work, led again by our colleagues at the Office of Water Programs at Sacramento State, is around identifying solution types, which is quite a complex endeavor, much more complex, I would say, than on the drinking water needs assessment side. And very little information out there in public or in previous studies that provides guidance. A lot of reliance here in coordination with, especially over the coming 2 years, with the Division of Financial Assistance, and reliance on their engineering reports and experience in the space. Next slide. And again, just a ton of work being done right now, and it's also in the phase 1 report to identify, this is a high-level modeling exercise because we're looking across the whole state and going to be looking at many systems, but to identify potential solutions that address the possible combination of different violation and compliance deficiencies and the assumed cause of those violations and compliance deficiencies, based on, again, different combinations, also facility types and other facility factors. So a ton of technical work on the potential solutions, those that are feasible, those that are modelable, I don't know if that's a word, but also those, of course, we're looking at those that are potentially fundable with public funds, because that's a first order interest per existing guidelines around funding programs. Next slide.
Hi, let me ask you another question, just for, again, to make sure I'm tracking with the scope of the process. So have you included all systems, all treatment facilities in this analysis? And is there a size threshold that you've limited this by? On the drinking water side, we focused mostly on smaller water systems, and there was kind of a limit where we said we're not going to look at necessarily the largest, most sophisticated systems. Are you taking a similar approach here, or are you looking at all facilities?
Yeah, the short answer is we are looking at all facilities. So we're not excluding large systems from the analysis ex ante or at the outset. I should be very clear, it says on the slide, but I didn't say it. We are only going to be modeling solutions for those facilities that are deemed to be inadequate. We're not modeling solutions for all systems if, per the criteria, they're performing perfectly well.
I see.
And we haven't done the analysis, but we would expect that a lot of the largest high-performing systems would not be deemed to be inadequate given the criteria that we collectively have come to. But yeah, there was an explicit discussion around what you're asking about, and the decision was made not just by us to include all facilities. So there is certainly the potential that systems of all shapes and sizes will be come into this part of the assessment.
Okay. Thank you. It's helpful.
Yeah, and I'll just add, I appreciate that we didn't limit this. I think, to just be fair and to cast just the whole net on all systems and apply, the methodology consistently is, I think, fair. The reason why on the drinking water side that you see that is because I know a lot of the larger systems feel that the SAFER program is supposed to just be focused on the small failing systems and not necessarily, capture all of them. But there's something to be said about being able to just apply the methodology and have the data for all systems as opposed to creating some sort of cutoff point. And I appreciate the arguments that, a small system and a, very large system, they're somewhat apples to oranges, they're insofar as just their complexity or size. But I think, when you look at the sort of data categories, there's a universality and applicability to all those other systems, I feel, as well, ultimately. So anyway,
Yeah,
what it's worth.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think that makes sense. I also think I was reflecting a bit on Mr. Pierce's comment about how complex it is to figure this out, what actually that solution set looks like, and recognizing that a lot of these larger facilities in particular probably have fairly detailed capital improvement programs and very specific plans if they've had a violation issue. I presume that either if it hasn't been corrected yet, then they have identified solutions through their own analysis of what those corrections might look like. And so just kind of trying to take all that in terms of how we might go about identifying different solutions in comparison to what they might come up with. Anyway.
Yeah, and definitely part of the solution set more in the kind of consolidator kind of role that we see some of the larger systems on the drinking water side for sure as well. Yeah. Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, so just so I'm following the process here, so at this point, the team has identified the data and the methodology that we're going to use, but we haven't actually identified the list, right? That's something that's
correct.
coming in the next phase. And so once again, I think we're all reflecting since we've been through different but similar contexts on the drinking water side. One of the things that I feel like we learned is once you actually see what the list looks like, you do kind of a gut check of, is this look right, or is this telling us what we want, what we were intending to understand? Or is there something that's off? And so I am really interested, as you go through maybe the next phase when you start looking at that list of, is there a chance to iterate a bit and go back and say, it looks like maybe this risk category or this adequacy definition skewed things in a way that wasn't actually consistent with what we intended or sort of assumed would happen. So for example, again, we'll see, hopefully we'll see what actually happens, but there have been some very large systems that are really struggling to, that have had major enforcement actions on spills and really big problems. I'm thinking in the major urban areas in our state. And so I don't know how things will actually play out, but it could be that actually there's you know, that we're not, that the list looks different than what we expected. So I'm just wondering, in the process, are you building in a chance to then reflect and see if there's some tweaking we would want to do, and that's somewhat where it came in with the on the drinking water side with our exclusion of the large facilities, and part of that was because we didn't have the detailed data on the different sources contribution to the overall system. If they had, one well, it didn't mean that their whole system was inadequate. That's just a different way that it's operated. And that's not the same issues. I mean, I agree with the discussion that the chair and board member McGuire had on this, but it's an example of just, once we actually see the results, how we might want to go back and iterate on the indicators that we initially landed on.
Yeah, I'll just say really briefly, yes, 100% there will be opportunity to, and we collectively, the board will look, and this is the board's work, at the actual lists, and as necessary, the methodology will be tinkered with to reflect the reality. Because again, these, the definitions here are being created for this project that the board wants and the broader community wants. So there, yes, and we'll be also consulting with the regional boards on the list once they're initially produced, and none of us are interested in creating lists that don't reflect reality or that provide no viable path forward. I will say, just because some of the people who are doing the heavy lifting are also sitting behind me, we can't endlessly iterate. No cringe if we
No.
can't reinvent. Again, for this first wastewater needs assessment, just the methods wholesale, we have to move on. We're mandated to move on the timeline pretty quickly. But yeah, the methods are subject to being refined over time, just like on the drinking water needs assessment. So absolutely, I think I hear what you're all saying, and this is the board's, definition and list at the end of the day. So you all have to own it, and you get the final say on what they look like.
Awesome. Many thanks. Board member.
Sorry. And then last thought on this for now is just one of the things we looked at is, okay, are you going to be looking at cost assessments for the at-risk systems or only the inadequate systems?
Only inadequate.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if I could.
Yeah, board member Morgan, please.
And so, thank you. Just since we were talking about just looking at all the systems, I just wanted to say, that I believe by looking at all the systems, one of the things that I like is just the UMass's exercise, which I know is coming up. But the team worked with also just not, my understanding is not just working with the data, looking at the NPDES permits the point source dischargers that discharge to surface water, those that have WDRs that discharge to land, which there are a lot. There's, more than one would think that still discharge to land. And so, the collection systems are, to me, I don't want to say separate, but, that's a piece of that's conveyance to the treatment. But then they went back to the regions and said, hey, does this represent the systems that you know of within your region? And also did a check on, okay, we also know there's a lot of septics out there. Can't find I don't want to say can't find the whole world, but here's the world that we know. This is a deep tunnel, a long process to find them all. But then they now have all that data. Some of this data they can go ahead, they can go ahead and they can map, they can put on and say, hey, here's where all these treatment systems are. This is what we know. But now UMass can take the machine-based learning and say, here's the gaps. Here's what we don't know. And we can assume that there's a good chance that this parcel is on an individual septic something. And so that, this kind of gives us more of a bigger picture of California and what is happening out there, and say, as we move forward and we're finding whether it's an inadequate system or we're looking at doing septic to sewer, we can look at it and say, well, what other parcels or pieces can we pick up, and how can we better serve of looking at and doing regionalization and areas to really focus on to really improve our water quality. And so, I've been appreciative of just this real iterative process to really learn what's happening out there, because there's there's a lot that we've known, but there's also these little gaps in the system, even in areas where we think that we know a lot. You look at in areas such as Los Angeles County, where you're thinking, okay, well, it's Los Angeles. We know, I mean, it's actually not. There's a lot of parcels that are on individual systems or have septic tanks. And so just to really dive in and to really understand what is happening, and to, at the end of this, to be part of UMass's exercise to really help feed into this machine-based learning. To me, I'm just really proud of this team and this overall exercise to be, one of the first states to feed into this overall process. So sorry, jumping ahead, I was going to say that for later, but we were talking about the overall just the putting in all of the systems. And so this is one of the big benefits that I'm seeing with doing so.
Really appreciate that, board member. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think if we move to the next slide. Right. So, I mean, picking up on that, there's, again, a lot of different solutions, modeling work, but a big emphasis will include the inclusion, the opportunity for inclusion of on-site wastewater treatment systems and other types of on-site systems but through two primary pathways. First and foremost, what we're calling, again, colloquially, septic to an existing sewer, as well as septic to sort of a community cluster that would be managed by a responsible management entity, or RME. But there is a big emphasis here, again, not just on the facilities and systems of the three permit types, but also opportunities for inclusion and integration, given there are so many folks across the state that are reliant on on-site systems. Next slide. And then we really get to, again, all of these slides have said solutions and costs, but we really get to the cost estimation method. I want to stress upfront that this is a high-level exercise for a lot of systems. Class 5 engineering cost estimate does not replace the need for preliminary engineering report and a lot of other detailed work that's system and site specific. But this method does largely follow, again, the items are going to be different, but the methodology around the cost assessment from the drinking water needs assessment and drawing on spreadsheets and methodologies that those folks are using, but starts with identifying the necessary sort of line item capital costs, specifically from Division of Financial Assistance records and existing literature. Then estimates the capital cost, adds a lot of multipliers and modifiers to try to get closer to the real world cost of transacting these projects, as well as considers operations and maintenance costs and technical assistance and other administrative costs to get to a total solution. Cost that, again, reflects real world conditions and the high costs we know does exist for these types of projects. So a lot of development here still to be done, but this is the general approach. And if we move to the next slide. Oh, I guess that's the last slide on the cost methodologies. But yeah, here, and we're going to sort of finish with where we started. This work is highly engaged. It's not just the project team and even the state board and the regional boards. It's especially with our advisory group, and we have held quarterly advisory group meetings, and also actually begun since December to hold monthly office hours, or basically come if you want meetings for the advisory group, where we got a ton of great feedback and advice and direction, especially I would say, on the inadequacy and risk sort of methodologies so far. And we'll continue to hold quarterly advisory group meetings and monthly office hours for the remainder of the project. Next slide. But really the fun part's coming up. I mean, that's the bottom line. This is the first, we're summarizing here the first 2 years. Now we're jumping into the next 2 years where we execute basically all of the methods we've developed with the data that we have. There will be surprises and some iteration as we go, but we'll start with, and you can see the schedule on the right-hand side, actually identifying lists of and specific inadequate and at-risk wastewater systems and their key contributing factors. We'll again model recommended technical solutions for those systems, estimate the actual costs, both at a system level and statewide level, and identify potential funding sources to pay those costs, as well as a likely funding gap from public sources. Then last but not least, very importantly, our contract runs through end of June 2027. So we'll also be developing a roadmap and trying to share as much knowledge and expertise with board staff to carry on the wastewater needs assessment into the future on the intervals that are possible. So that's the plan for the next 2 years. I think the last slide is just a slide with our contact information. Of course, you can contact me, Danya, and do you want to note our executive sponsors, Christina Shoup and Ben Lenton, from 2 different regional boards. But that's all I've got for now. Again, we're happy to hear your questions and comments.
Many, many thanks. And that's all about it. It's been an incredible amount of work just in these last couple of years, and a real pleasure to see all of this come to fruition. I have to give a shout out and thanks to the advisory group members for bringing their personal time, their leadership, their expertise to the table. It has, to the points been made, just been a really important part to be able to gut check, be able to have a core group of folks. Even shout out to individuals like Catherine Flowers, who I know she works a lot in the South and has national experience around these issues. And so we're very fortunate for an incredible team of leadership, including you, Mr. Pierce, so many here. I see Mr. Sandoval and others that are part of this critical working team. It's exciting. As Board Member Morgan said, there's no other state in the nation that's taking on this issue this way. And it is with a lot of lessons learned from the drinking water side. And as we all know here, sanitation is an important component of the human right to water, and one that was a bit lagging when it comes to the sort of work we've seen on the drinking water side. The drinking water needs assessment was born actually out of a moment of failure in the legislature when it came to developing the Safe and Affordable Fund. There was a pass at it in the Brown administration. It didn't get to ultimate passage, but it was a bit of a conciliatory prize to have the dollars. It was meant to be a one-time contract to figure out, okay, what is the scope of need on the drinking water side? But being able to make that into a serial tool where it is updated and we are iterating was really important because of the data gaps. And that's something very similar we find here in the wastewater needs assessment for sure, where we're just encountering a lot of data gaps and knowing that there'll be sort of future refinement and future data that'll help us. But this is our first cut at it, first opportunity, and it is with a lot of excitement that we're all tracking this, I know, as board members. And just shout out to Board Member Morgan for her leadership in all of this. I know she's been a staunch and consistent advocate on the wastewater side, and we're very fortunate for that. So just many, many thanks. I know we have a few commenters, but look to you, fellow board colleagues, for more question and comment. Board Member Firestone.
Sorry. One more question on this is, and going back to slide 19, and what that team is doing in terms of machine learning and identifying really developing data that we don't have. And I guess I'm interested, maybe you could speak a little bit to one of the things that we have started being able to do, and that particularly the wastewater community has really stepped up and really helped with, is being able to get more shape files on on collection systems and treatment systems for the first time. And there were probably a decade of like iteration and work on the drinking water side to try and get just information on that was even well locations and boundaries, much less like all of the, still don't have all the distribution system stuff. But one of the, what I'm interested in goes back to just what we're doing in terms of developing systems that can be updated, continue to be updated and improved over time, both with getting information as we have, and hopefully we'll be able to continue to do from the systems themselves, but also maybe identifying and kind of continuing to refine and ground truth the areas where we do have data gaps in terms of, and again, for me, this goes back to some of this under enrollment gaps or regulatory gaps of areas that may have a collection system but may not be enrolled in our programs, or for example, I know in LA, as board member Morgan was saying, there's I think there's still cesspools and things that are we would have thought would be out of date, but I'm interested in if you can speak a little bit to what the opportunities are, and maybe this goes to the last phase on sort of future and ongoing systems work that we may not be to yet, but in terms of maintaining and ground truthing and continuing to have a working data set on these sorts of areas that are outside of boundaries, or maybe we're outside and are coming in, or maybe there's a data problem in terms of the shape files need to be updated or different things. Just where is that now, and how do you see that fitting into the project?
Yeah, so I'll try to speak to that. I'll say two things I didn't really say when talked about this. First is that there is an effort, at this point, it's voluntary. I believe there is a requirement, but I'm not going to have any of the names or regs, so forgive me. But a voluntary effort, a lot of collection systems are volunteering sort of their boundary shapefiles, and we have received many of those in the hundreds, and there will still be more coming in that we'll be using, but it also has helped refine, this model's predictive power. But again, I believe there's a requirement around the provision of boundaries sometime in the course of the wastewater needs assessment timeline. Although, I mean, also that just because you have a collection system boundary doesn't mean that there aren't aughts within that boundary. So that's not a 100% predictive tool of either or. But also, I do want to stress a lot of several regional boards and counties have, quite good aughts data and have provided that to us, and it has helped refine this model again. And again, I believe there are some county provisions around reporting in the next few years that will, help refine, again, a real observed at the parcel level accounting of who's on on-site systems or not. We don't know the quality of that data. And I think for the foreseeable future, a model like this, which is predictive and thus not 100% accurate, will be really useful, and it will be refined. It'll be refined over time by the team working on this through 2027. But then UMass has been working on this all over the country, and I think it will continue to get better at these predictive models. And hopefully one day we won't need it. But this particular space and on-site systems, wastewater systems, I think is a tricky data space to ever imagine 100% accurate data. I would love to see it, but yeah, I think, all these things will come together and the data is getting a lot better through this effort, more broadly through board efforts. But yeah, I mean, we look back a few years ago in terms of if you wanted to look up any of this, you wouldn't have had, a lot of information. So we're making the progress we can. I don't know if I'm speaking to your, question though, so I'll stop.
Yeah, many thanks. What comes to mind certainly is that, these tools will be very useful to LAMPs and the counties ultimately.
Right.
So, Board Member McGuire.
I know this wasn't intended to be a super technical conversation about all the factors, but this is an opportunity to have a conversation about this and flag some challenges that I think, and I'm speaking from personal experience, having in my past evaluated systems, wastewater treatment facilities and collection systems. And so maybe I know a little too much to be dangerous, but just wondering, thinking about the costs and identifying technical solutions. And I think the easiest example might be a collection system. So sometimes the technical solution, the technical problem, the root cause might be a capacity issue that causes a spill. The pipes are undersized, for example, or the slopes insufficient, whatever the case may be. But other times it might be more of a maintenance issue, an operational concern. And those are some of the factors that we get to in the sanitary sewer general order, right, is having appropriate management protocol in place. So I was just wondering if or you're intending to kind of assess what the root cause is of some of these problems that we're seeing with collection systems in terms of how you translate that to a solution, in identifying, is that an infrastructure solution that might be needed? Do they need to wholesale upsize their collection system? Or is it more of an operational cost need in terms of needing additional crews to clean the collection system more frequently? Are you looking at those different solution sets, or are you intending to as you go through this?
Yeah, I mean, the short answer is yes. But speaking more specifically, I think, we're looking both, and again, my colleagues at Office of Water Programs are doing the heavy lifting. So just want to note that. But we're looking at both repair and in some cases replacement of, capital, infrastructure. But yes, highly aware of and trying to include elements that get at the operations and maintenance of facilities as well. We can provide, blanket cost estimates, but it's really hard to get at the root cause, as you've noted, both because just the data are not there and the ever elusive, I think, quote unquote, technical managerial financial space, but particularly the technical managerial, what actual data we have, again, statewide as proxies for those factors is a challenge on both the drinking water side and the wastewater side. But we're trying to capture metrics there. Of course, there we also are aware of the relative limitations around funding some of those solutions. So it becomes a question, even if we can identify some of those root causes, whether we can recommend solutions or what the utility of recommending solutions is that can't be funded by public dollars. But I think very much aware of what you're saying, and we're trying to, and happy, again, many of the details we have so far in the phase 1 report, so happy to dig deeper there. And of course, any data that people are aware of that we can plug in, we are still all ears, I think, on the solutions and cost side for sure.
I appreciate that. And I know this is a huge lift and it's such important work. I think it's really going to be helpful to have this snapshot, and we have to start somewhere and kind of create this as you go. So I don't envy that component. I mean, we have to see how this plays out and iterate, to Board Member Firestone's point, based on what we learn. So thank you, and thanks for answering my questions.
Thank you, Board Member Morgan.
Thank you. Just really want to thank, the our staff and the team, especially the advisory group members, it's always fun to run into any part of the team out in, you know, in other environments, and just the enthusiasm that this team has around this project. You know, big smiles on their faces when they talk about it. They're just really engaged, and it's warming to see just how much this project really does mean to them. It's just not another assignment that has landed on their desks. And I think, great work so far, and just even more excited just to see the work that comes and how we take a look at our existing regulations and how we incorporate those into this work here, the needs assessment. We have, we're looking at those existing permits, and that's what we use as our basis. And just, the shape files, those were required, almost 20 years ago for the agencies to have those. Now, while they weren't required to be submitted to the water board at that time, it was required for agencies to start having them, because literally a lot of them, they may have some had shape files, some did not, some had paper maps, some it was in the head of, person X. And there were a lot of overflows were recognized by the board at that time. And the board also recognized that there were also operational issues at facilities. And so that was a regulatory requirement. And so that went into effect. That did then end up changing a lot of the regulations, and just, I won't go down memory. I'm just remembering a system that had an ongoing overflow, and they were trying to figure out what was going on, and come to find out that they're looking at their maps and everything, and they couldn't figure out what was going on. Come to find out that they had paved over the valve, and it was gone, and it was not there. And they called someone who had left the facility and said, "Do you remember anything? This is what's happened. This is where we're having the overflow." And he's like, "Well, yeah, there should be a valve about here." And they went and they looked, there wasn't anything. Like, "Oh, well, we just had this construction job." So sure enough, they had paved on over it. They didn't put the riser in to rise it up when they did the paving job. So, just really strange things were happening out there in the industry. And so huge improvements have been going on because of the board's regulation and just really diving into this area. And so, with that, as we're looking at the future, we've used this great base that the board has put in place. And so I'm just looking forward to just that combination of using our existing regulations and what those requirements are within them, of how the industry is supposed to respond to having, whether there's overflows or there's maintenance issues. And some of this is built into our regulations. And then how do we also react to, when we see something happening through this process, how do we also adjust our regulations? I can think of, there's so many stories that pop up into my head of just seeing things, and, from also working on the enforcement side, of just seeing things that have occurred with facilities. And I think this is going to be just another complementary piece to our overall program, of not only just showing what the needs are out in, as far as sanitation and achieving that human right to sanitation and what the overall needs, but just also just advancing it and our regulations so that everything could be complementary and working together, and just getting us to that next step and making sure that everyone has that right. And we're not overlooking facilities and the areas that have that ongoing need, that maybe perhaps because of the large workload that there is out there at the regional boards, where they're not perhaps touching as much on some facilities, and it may not be, or we're just, somehow it has not come into our fold, that we are able to start touching on those facilities, and we're getting out there and making sure that we're trying not to go down story lane, because another facility just popped in my head, that we are making sure we're making those touch points that we need to, and that the regulations are being complied with, because it really is, it goes into, human health. It goes, I mean, sanitation touches on so much, and it is so critical for so many. And at times, it really is taken for granted, and where many can't take it for granted. It is really necessary and is needed, and our assistance is needed in many areas. And just really grateful for all of you and the work that you're doing, and looking forward to the next steps in this process and the future of this of the wastewater needs assessment. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Many, many thanks, board member. All right, we have a few commenters that we should go to here. First, we'll call up Natalie Escobedo Garcia, be followed by Debbie Mackey, and then Jared Voskel.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for all y'all's work on the wastewater needs assessment. We're really excited for what y'all have completed so far. I have a couple of questions, and I did hop on late, so apologies if some of these were in the earlier part of the presentation. I noticed for the inadequacy criteria, there wasn't anything for technical, managerial, and financial capacity. I wasn't sure if maybe it's just not being included as a category, or if it's maybe categorized here differently than how we have it on the drinking water needs assessment. And then I was also wondering for the sort of ground truthing process for the UMass predictive model, if there will be a process to submit septic information. Like, for example, if I work with a community that's on clusters of septics, like, is there a process for them to be able to submit information about their septics? And then one suggestion regarding the solution and cost, we would recommend including interim support for low-income households on septics in terms of cost and solutions, things like helping with like pumping septics or support with dealing with overflows, because we do see those happen pretty often. And then on the long-term side, where there isn't a septic to sewer option, we recommend including support for decommission and replacement for low-income households.
Great, really appreciate those questions, Dr. Escobedo Garcia. I don't know, Mr. Pierce, if you wanted to have any answers for anything off the top.
Yeah, I think on the TMF question with regards to inadequacy, there are, again, we didn't show all of the factors going into the inadequacy criteria across the 3 different permit types, but there are some where they appear in sort of violations or out of compliance actions, enforcement orders. Those will be incorporated in inadequacy criteria, but I think more will fall, such as we can get data on them, in the risk assessment, because we see TMF, or I think broadly TMF is seen as, a necessary condition for performance, but we're really looking more at the outcomes of the system's performance than TMF per se, if they're able, for whatever reason, to perform well without what we might think is the best TMF, that can be adequate. But all that to say, we are trying to measure that in both the inadequacy and risk assessment portions as such as we can. But again, open to ideas if there's data out there that we haven't seen. Again, we have to have a pretty, we can only use data that are available for all systems. So it does, refine the data points we can employ, but open to that. With regard to submission of OTS location to refine the UMass model, I don't think we have a formal process for that. We do not have a formal process for that yet with regard to like the public or the advisory group. Even we can contemplate that. We have, again, asked and received a lot of OTS location data from regional boards and from other entities that have been used to refine the model. We do have to allow UMass a cutoff date for an initial run of the model. But in terms of refinement or iteration, I think, yeah, if folks have large-scale data that we're not aware of, we're going to have to find a way to include that. So we'll have to think more on that. I'm not sure if there were other questions there with regard to the funding eligibility. I don't have an immediate response. I think that's going to be more of a board thinking and discussion, but look forward to those discussions.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And yeah, when it comes to septic data and, you know, any groups that may be out there with working with communities that they know and have data around, would be good to figure out some way for them to kind of insert or provide that data to the assessment. So I appreciate that. Board Member Firestone.
Sorry, using this opportunity to ask all these questions. I really don't I don't know anything about this. This is a general, or this is a real question. You know, one of the things we've been seeing is constraints around capacity for wastewater systems to issue new connections, basically. And I think there was just a story recently around Greenfield in the Central Coast on not being able to issue permits for housing or development. And I know that's a common thing in some rural areas that I know around not having capacity to be able to even permit infill. Is that something that in terms of capacity for meeting or issuing, you know, connection letters, and, you know, I don't know the proper terminology, but is that even something that is reported anywhere, or that is there a way that comes into the needs assessment around, I would assume there's some capacity, you know, or if there's, if you're already over your allowable capacity, then that's going to show up. But otherwise, I'm assuming we wouldn't have data on where there's constraints on issuing new permits. I'm just thinking, you know, obviously housing is so important in the state, and there's a lot of pressure on housing. And one of the things that, again, I know more on the drinking water side happens is if there isn't capacity to connect to existing wastewater systems, then you permit with septic, or you know, get around it, or you don't allow housing. So either way, it's not a good outcome. And I'm just interested if that's something that comes into the study at all, that we have data on, or is really outside of what we have information on, or what would come into this, other than if there's an actual violation on current capacity.
Yeah, great question. And I think, I mean, the short answer is we discussed this explicitly, and I think turned over the stones we knew to turn over. And we don't think we have information statewide or even regionally on the actual sort of permitting and relating to housing with respect to wastewater. And we're not, I mean, I think maybe we could still contemplate something in the risk methodology around, you know, desired or mandated or quasi-mandated housing development and how that relates to the wastewater facility capacity. But I don't see it factoring in too much here, just like I don't believe it factors in despite the equal concerns really on both sides of the equation, on the drinking water side, or with respect to fire. I mean, like, these issues are coming up, again, on both sides, both in terms of we need to make sure folks don't live in places that don't have these services, but also need to make sure that they aren't obstructed by not in my backyard interests. But yeah, we don't have a way to operationalize that here. We've discussed it. I believe there was a SPARC fellow working for the water board who was looking at this a little bit. Again, I think we're open to that in terms of the risk methodology, but I don't think we have a path forward in the first look, unless, again, there's a data source we don't know about and a way to operationalize it. We'd love to hear about it.
Yeah, if I could add to that, I believe,
Board Member Morgan.
you know, our regional boards have, within their permits, there is a capacity limitation.
Right.
And so they are aware of at what capacity the facilities are operating at. So they would know if they could take more flow. In addition, they also put sometimes if it's a facility that's land discharged, the regional boards within their basin plans will sometimes put restrictions on whether or not they can accept more flow based on the operations of the facility and also the groundwater quality. And so that is something that would have to be, I'm not sure it could be taken into, I think the team would have to look at if that's something that we want to be taken into account. It would be a heavy lift for this phase of the wastewater needs assessment. Perhaps it would be something that could be added later. That it's something that they would need to work closely with each one of the regional boards with to see which prohibitions have been added to basin plans, and also go through each of the facilities to see which ones are close to their either their flow limitations or the constituents, they're reaching their limits.
And well, maybe.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I believe the team is looking at especially the Office of Water Programs. They are looking into permeable flow, design flow, and how is that compared to the average annual flow of the actual facilities. But a lot of that information is not readily available in CWICS. It should be, but it should, and actual it's kind of a mystery. So, but Maureen Kerner, she's the lead for the Office of Water Programs. She could correct me if I am wrong, but I believe that information for the facilities that actually report that information in CWICS is being accounted. And also Grace Harrison, leading the inadequacy and risk analysis, is kind of looking into that as well.
Yeah, 100%. And but when it relates to specific housing decisions or mandates or goals around housing development, we haven't matched that up. We don't know how to match that up. I think that's a $1 trillion question for California, is matching that up to environmental services or hazards. So
yeah, appreciate that. And I think it sounds like there's some components, like you said, of, existing. Are they meeting existing, or is the average meeting existing criteria? But then it seems like kind of a supplementary project that maybe somebody else can do. But that, I do think one of the many goals we have with this is understanding funding needs. And I just see that as one of these many areas that water overlaps with other societal needs, and identifying funding needs just to make sure that whether it's wastewater, drinking water infrastructure, that we're meeting, that we're ensuring adequate funding for the investment needed to support housing in the state and other, critical infrastructure. Thanks.
Definitely. And thank you, board member. All right, our next commenter is Debbie Mackey, followed by Jared Voskuhl. Good morning. Good to see you, Ms. Mackey. Should be invited to unmute here.
There we go. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. First of all, I just want to thank you for your support and interest in this project, just the financial support. It not only is the wastewater needs assessment an important tool, but just it is a needed tool. And anyways, just want to say thank you on that. And then also thank you to the team, to Danya, to Greg, and the rest of the wastewater needs assessment team. I really appreciate their availability, especially as it related to adding the office hours so that we could ask questions outside of those quarterly meetings, because they are packed and there's a lot of things to discuss. One of the things that has struck me about today's just discussions, and the discussions that are centering around is what do we want this for? And what I heard is actually a plethora of of what we're looking for. It's not just these who's not sewered, who has these needs to what are the real needs, and that does span size, and it spans type, and it spans all these different things, and with that comes this questions for me and probably for other advisory committee members, and hopefully for you, is when we put a label on something, what does that mean? And I know in the study and the assessment, it was just talked about, hey, we're going to figure out what's needed here. But we know that there are, what will it mean? In the water systems, it was, hey, we may want to take over these systems. That may not be what that label means in the wastewater systems, or if that's what it's supposed to mean, then the criteria that we use to determine that is really important. And so just putting that out there. I don't think that that's been answered but like you said, this is a work in progress. What does that mean? One of the things actually that we didn't really talk about, but we've danced around this morning and today is this whole issue of affordability. And it becomes it really becomes a big question within this whole area, because as we increase the technology, you get increased costs. And so sometimes the septics are the least cost option. and like we just said, sometimes they're the least cost option, and sometimes they work really well. In fact, in a lot of places they work really well, but where they don't work, that is where there becomes a problem. Customer base, sometimes the distance, how far you have to go, all these things go into affordability. And that affordability is not just small. Those affordability also deal with some large systems, and we've noticed that as we work through. I think we just got the materials as part of one of the advisory committee or advisory group members. I just got the materials, and I'm going to be working my way through them over the next week. But I am really looking forward to seeing how this project progresses. I think there's going to be great information. This, like it was said, I don't think it's going to be the end all of information. I do really also look at some of these things and say, yeah, is this a technical issue, or actually even a progressive enforcement issue, rather than where there might be some needs, but it might be based more on the technical side or more on the managerial side of things. So just some thoughts on that. But overall, yes, I think it's a first step. I think there's going to be a lot of discussion. I really do think it's important, not only, and I know that the team is only going to look at those inadequate systems for cost, but just understanding the full cost of what these requirements are, how they impact communities, what's the affordability as we look at, how does wastewater fit into not only the human right to water, but also the protection of human health and the environment. So anyways, thank you. Appreciate the chance to kind of put some thoughts out there.
Really appreciate those points and thoughts, and thanks for your leadership here as well, Ms. Mackey. Really appreciate your contributions across all of this. As we saw, Region 5 in the Central Valley has a lot of facilities, and so just really appreciative of your continued contributions to all of this. Just thanks, and very sensitive here. I know it's noted here, it looks like later this year in December, we'll have that initial list of wastewater treatment plants out there. We want to be careful about how we roll that out, and how, folks, we're not here to pick on systems for sure and facilities, but trying to do our best to make sure they're getting the support and help that they need here, and seeing them for the challenges that they have. So just really appreciative. Thank you.
Can I just add on that? Thank you. When we look at the drinking water program and how that's reflective of, I think, some of the ways we hope that this type of effort will ultimately play out. It's really about bringing resources and assistance proactively where it's most needed. It's not about taking over. I think consistently you've seen this board have that be absolutely last resort, doing everything we possibly can to avoid having to issue mandatory consolidation orders or administrator orders. It's really in everyone's interest to try to support existing leadership on the ground to be able to move forward. And so I do hope that the folks that are looking at this on the wastewater side are able to see this really as an opportunity rather than a threat, and build that trust. We've seen these efforts result in hundreds of systems and getting out, I think it's billions of dollars at this point since the beginning of the program for solutions to communities that weren't able to access that before. And really that's the hope, is that we're able to move things forward in terms of various kinds of assistance. And that includes compliance assistance, to your point. So I just really encourage, all of you to lean into that and know that, that's what you're hearing from leadership here, and certainly the board staff as well. And we look forward to hoping to ultimately bring more resources through this effort.
Thank you, board member. Next, and we can hear from someone who represents those facilities, Mr. Jared Voskuhl. Good to see you. Good morning.
Good morning, board members. Jared Voskuhl, Director of Regulatory Affairs for the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. CAS represents over 140 wastewater agencies that engage in the collection, treatment, and recycling of wastewater. Good to see you all this summer, and happy to be here to speak on this item. It's a 2-year check-in, but the board adopted a resolution in 2022 to initiate this project, and they identified about $4 million in the Clean Water SRF that they said would be eligible for helping the administration of that fund to invest in this project. And I think we always have these customary thank yous for staff that always do great work, but I really want to pause today because they say it takes a village to raise a child. Well, it takes this entire team of people across so many institutions to perform this needs assessment, and the value you have all gotten from that investment a few years ago is really paying off. And so, here at the Water Board, we work frequently with Danya, with Stephanie Torres, Laurel Wardrip, on staff. At UCLA, Dr. Pierce, Dr. Harrison, who's here. Over at UCNAR, we have Dr. Porce that we've worked with extensively. You also have the Office of Water, so like Maureen Kerner, David Alarati, Dakota Keene, all just like fantastic work organizing and coordinating us. You also have the advisory group, and you saw that, slide, the photo of everyone there. Incredible enthusiasm. They've asked for more meetings to be involved. The needs assessment team said, let's do office hours for you to help advise. And that's been really great, that responsiveness. I also want to mention Erin Martin. She's CASA Civic Spark Fellow. She led the charge with the boundary maps. And I think we've collected 380 to date. And that was all kind of early adoption because the WDR requires it. And it's now, need to be submitted between here and December of this year. But getting that early effort ahead of time will help the project at UMass Amherst. And so I really wanted to just make sure we give justice to all this great work. So I have 3 broad comments for you today. One about kind of processes through this over the last 2 years, kind of the punchline of what we might expect to see, and then how we can partner over these next 2 years to really make sure we achieve all the results that have been discussed here. So just on the processes, the scope of this project is really expansive in the resolution. It talks about aging infrastructure, making sure we have a sense of that, and more of a kind of a global, what are the CIP needs of wastewater agencies? But then as we've kind of developed a lot of the methodologies, we're also thinking about septic to sewer projects and extensions of service and consolidation issues. And so the work to date that's really been academically focused has gone into that characterization of those more kind of local projects with septic to sewer and with consolidation. And there's been not challenges, but a lot of have to groupthink to work through definitions, because you have legislative definitions, the human right to water is for sanitary purposes, you have AB 805, you have SB 1215 with inadequate systems. You also have regulatory definitions. So the administrator handbook has kind of a characterization of the needs assessment. Office of Enforcement has its kind of own internal definitions. And then you also have these academic definitions that they're working through. I mean, they said themselves new methodologies, new definitions. And so having to get through to identify that and then contextualize, is this going to help result in what the study needs? A lot of hard work there, and that needs to be kind of flagged because we've been having to make these decisions, and you're hearing a lot of the conclusions. And it's kind of pertains to one of my requests here at the end. So, in addition to that, on the process, you also have some of the baseline reports that have been done. Some of these materials were embargoed and they weren't really put out to the advisory group, and there's reasons for that, but I just want to emphasize the advisory group's enthusiasm and requests, let us see those as soon as possible. We want to review, we want to comment, and as much as that's possible to do, that'd be appreciated. So kind of moving past these processes now, and moving over to the punchline. A consulting firm, Woodward and Curran, did an evaluation for a client, and they identified about 20,000 septic systems in that service area. Estimated it'd be about $1 billion if you were to run them all into a sewer system. That wasn't the proposal, but they did that work, and that was in like 2019 dollars. We've already identified 1.6 million septic systems in the state is our low count. So you do the math, that'd be $80 billion if you wanted to replace all of them. So very quickly you realize the prioritization, the risk, that really matters. And that's why these definitions and what we identify, what is an inadequate system, what's in that risk system, it really matters because we have to narrow in on who needs that support it's been characterized here. And so I think that one of the things that would be really helpful and could be done, give me 1 second, make sure I'm not missing this, and please don't start the music either. Perfect, all right, that was the right spot. One of the ways we can really get at this and identifying those systems with an eye towards affordability is perhaps with utilizing that rate survey that the Water Board conducted in the 2010s. I think they conducted it 3 or 4 times. The last time was in 2018. We've had conversations with OEMA staff. We've had conversations with DFA, and I think there's an interest and a willingness to want to do it, but it'd be great if the board is able to kind of give a nod or to kind of think that would be beneficial. It gets to what Debbie talked about in her prior comments with what's that statewide need, and it kind of gets to that global need identified in the resolution. And so I think if you can do a low effort, high value type of survey, you would collect that information and then you couple it with the academic information that's coming out. And I think that's how you really make sure the next 2 years sticks this landing for then, now we know what the needs are in California, what's the plan for the next generation? Because it's going to be foundational investment to pursue these clean water needs. The second request is just participation by the board members in these advisory group meetings. I know you have quorum issues with how and who, but really I know you all are experts and care and are passionate about this. So as many as you can be involved, we definitely welcome that. It's 3 hours quarterly. And then also with these definitions we've been talking about, we really want to make sure we get to that consensus point on what they are. And so to that end, what it might look like to maybe have one more last check-in to make sure these definitions are how we want to move forward. It's really about unity, and because they're going to be applied in multiple places, we don't want to have inconsistent definitions. And then the last request is just considering that investment from a few years ago into the needs assessment. There are other projects in the state that are really statewide implications, and would encourage the board to consider if there's other ways the SRF can be used to invest and support those projects that are not discussed in discussion here today. So with that, appreciate the extra time and happy to answer any questions, but otherwise look forward to the next 2 years of work.
Really look forward to it as well. And thanks for your contributions in all of this, Mr. Voskuhl. I appreciate your emphasis of the advisory group. We want to continue to make sure we're leaning on them, and we'll make sure we strike that right balance of keeping things confidential that need to be for as long as they need to be, but importantly, really leaning on the advisory group. And I appreciate your recommendation around a rate survey as being maybe a complementary sort of way of gathering some data as we move to completion of the needs assessment as well, or at least this iteration of it. And so thanks. I appreciate all that and those recommendations, and thanks for continued contributions. It means a lot. Thank you. And for the acknowledgement, importantly, of all the partners that have made this success. That brings us to the end of our commenters here. And just have to reiterate just the thanks and just how impressed I am with the team, with all of this work. I think I attended, I know I attended one of the advisory group meetings. I know board member Firestone and Morgan are going to be attending here this next one. I know we all as a board are very engaged and look forward to continue to track this work. And hopefully folks, that are tuning in or have an opportunity to hear this presentation and work, if you're interested in following it along more closely, you have the contact information for our project leads here. And there is a website as well on our website. Need to maybe make that a little more robust for folks, but it is a place where we're trying to put all our information around the assessment. So many thanks. Thanks again. Appreciate it. Look forward to further update.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, that brings us to the end of item number 6. Let's go and give ourselves, a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 11:06, and we will continue on to items number 7, which is our Office of Delta Water Master periodic report, along with the quarterly Delta Stewardship Council lead scientist report. We'll see you all here in 10 minutes. Thank you. All right, everyone, welcome back. Appreciate the break. We are now on item number 7, and we'll hand things over to our Delta Watermaster, Jay Ziegler. Good to see you this morning.
Good morning. Nice to be with you, Chair Esquivel and board members. I am joined today by Will Anderson, our Senior Water Resources Control Engineer. And could we go to the next slide, please? I'm going to cover a range of issues today in updating the board on water data reporting and water year 24, what we're seeing in the data, and some of our objectives ahead, and digging deeper to understand the relationship and timing of diversions to consumptive use. Additionally, recognizing that diversions are occurring at different paces and scale in different areas in the Delta, and that we need to endeavor to understand all of that better. Additionally, we're here at an interesting time as we move in water year 26 to the use of the Cal Waters database. And I do want to just take a moment to compliment the work of my colleague and now Deputy Executive Officer Eric Ekdahl, the team that's been working on Cal Waters, Brett Vanderberg, Jeff Parks, Lindsay Kammeyer from our office formerly, and others in delivering this Cal Waters data system on time and on budget as we look forward to the water year 25 reporting period opening in October. I do want to underscore that for all of us who have sought to understand the basis of rights, see and compare data on the eRIMS platform, and try to develop comparable metrics to understand that data, I think all of you understand the urgency and importance of having one database to really compare, evaluate water reporting and what that data is telling us about individual watershed budgets and more comprehensively the alignment of water rights to water use in California. And so my hat goes off to that team for its work. I want to also acknowledge the work of the Delta Measurement Experimental Consortium. Will is going to talk a bit more about our continuing work with that partnership. As you will recall, my predecessor, Michael George, really established this group in 2017 to develop a framework for what would be the approach that would deliver the most reliable data for water reporting in the Delta. It took until 2021 to actually define the OpenET-based reporting platform, and it took us to water year 23 to actually bring that system online. And so I think in pairing these issues of Cal Water's debut for reporting in water year 25, as well as our experience in DACP, I think you'll need to understand that this is a process. We've built a tool. We need to work on the integration of that tool with other reporting sophistication over time to build out the data in that tool, and then to really be able to understand how we dig into data and derive a deeper understanding. But in short, we're on a journey. We've got lots of valuable lessons, I think, that we can bring to the team as we experience reporting for water year 25 in what we learned in the Delta Alternative Compliance Platform based on OpenET filing. I want to also acknowledge the Delta Stewardship Council for really 3.5 years of work in developing a climate plan for the Delta Adapts program, which the Stewardship Council adopted unanimously at its last meeting in June. And so I just think it's important that we're all kind of understanding the integration of climate data metrics, policy, and the need for funding to ensure more sustainable Delta into the future. And finally, I want to talk in this moment especially about some of the challenges that we're seeing on the horizon with respect to the federal role in providing reliable data for the board's decision-making process, specifically with regard to the Delta. Next slide, please. So I think just starting in our picture here, and we provided a window on this, I think, in each report that I've delivered to the board. We are, again, reaching 98% reporting compliance in the data that in the Delta. That is extraordinary. The OpenET data is giving us a real understanding of consumptive use across the legal Delta. But I think we do need to dig a bit deeper with respect to understanding the requirements of SB 88 and the differentiation of large diverters and smaller diverters in the system. And so I think this database is giving us a great platform and a basis from which all users, all diverters, all interest groups can better understand actual consumptive use aligned with a specifically defined point of diversion and place of use throughout the legal Delta. And I'm just extraordinarily indebted to the work of the Central Delta Water Agency, South Delta Water Agency that have provided both the capital and intellectual support for this effort, Habitat 7, UC Merced, UC Center for Watershed Sciences at Davis, and the team that have really put forward extraordinary work, time, and effort. Lindsay Kammeyer's prior efforts in this regard, Will, and Alex Burke's continued work in truing up the data that we're seeing and the anomalies in the data and where we go next to really validate a deeper understanding of the relationship between consumptive use and diversion, getting closer and closer to real-time understanding of diversions and its relationship to in-channel flows and protecting all beneficial uses of water. Next slide, please. I think, again, just to put the Cal Waters integration in perspective, what we are addressing effectively in the Delta is an environment of across these 425 square mile or 425,000 acres of farmed acreage in the Delta, and the exercise of 2,800 water rights in that context. What we're really, as you break this apart, there are approximately 1,000 individual unique owners of water rights in the legal Delta environment. That's just 15% of the bigger picture of water rights holders in California. So we are a subset. Yeah, we are at the intersection, a controversial intersection, and needing to better understand the exercise of water rights aligned with rights. But we are just a part of that system. So we acknowledge that and just look forward to participating fully with the Cal Waters team and the lessons that we learn in this water year filing period, and looking forward to water year 26 and what we can bring forward. I think it's also important to note that as we have unpacked the data a bit and you look at, for example, the 2,000 water rights that are being reported on the Delta Alternative Compliance Plan platform, is 125 agents that are inputting that data on behalf of those 2,000 users. So as we begin to disaggregate the wider filing universe in California, there are some important takeaways here. Thinking about, well, if we, in our office, working with division, can educate 125 agents and fully get them integrated and understanding the Cal Waters transition, we will do a lot better in bringing those 2,000 users forward. Because as you divide out that math, and it's probably not appropriate to do this because we have a couple of agents that file for several hundred water rights holders in the process. But if you do the math, that 125 agents averages to 12 statements filed into the system. And so it's not an insurmountable task, but I think it is incumbent and for all of us and us in the division of the Office of Water, or the Office of the Delta Water Master, to work closely with Division of Water Rights to help develop what I call modules or training programs to bring those agents along and to make sure that we're getting quality data filed into the new system and that we learn from the experience of those agents. So what you see here also is the delineation that we brought to you before that we really think is critically important to build confidence in the data, and that is that integration of shape files and the mosaic of the exercise of some 2,800 water rights where we see an alignment of the point of diversion and place of use. Next slide, please. And in the bigger picture, again, I think very important and appropriate that the board is looking at updating the SB 88 compliance regulations with an eye to integrating alternative compliance programs and then being able to pull those alternative compliance programs ultimately along through the Cal Waters platform. And so as we look at what we're learning in the data, we get a better and better picture of the actual alignment of rights with diversion activity and the Delta water budget more holistically and locally in the Delta, which is very important. And as we look at in-Delta use for water year 24, based on the filings that we see in the system, we are at 1.4 million acre feet of diversion. And looking at the operations of the projects, about 4.2 million acre feet diverted. And so again, it's important to continue to work on truing up the real-time understanding of those diversion activities and how they align with other flow objectives for ecological restoration, for water quality objective points throughout the Delta, and alignment with wider beneficial uses in the Delta. And through all of this, I think it's important, and Division has done a nice job, I think, in summarizing their reporting data in the past in this context, that we are through a variety of tools, and in particular advanced by the reporting rate that we're seeing, really down to this 2% of outliers that take a lot of work to bring into the system. And so from that point, we look for who are the largest diverters. One of our challenges is land real estate transactions, moving to a new owner, dissolution of agricultural partnerships and relationships of rights to those partnerships, deaths of rights holders and transfer of those rights. And so, it's that last 2% requires a particularly high level of engagement. And so while we have really trued up these numbers to get within this 2% margin, I do want to also underscore that the notice of violation effort, which is really a 2-year process, not a 1-year data response process, has really requires a lot of additional staff time, management, relationship management, and bringing along those reporters to understand the system. So I think what we've really comprehensively learned here is that the high touch relationship is important. But to be realistic about it, Division does not have the resources to do this kind of individual or outreach. But I think, again, we work with them to endeavor to really identify those larger and more important diverters and rates of diversion to help put this puzzle together. So with that, let me turn to Will to give you another window on the data that we are seeing.
Good morning, Chair, board members. Next slide, please. So just reviewing a summary shot of the last 2 water years. What this slide will illustrate is a couple major points. And one is that there's a lot of consistency from year to year in the last 2 years. Fairly similar total in Delta diversions overall. Again, that doesn't cover the export projects. But the other thing this slide shows is a distinction between different measurement approaches. It's diversions on the one hand of measured diversions as per measurement in a pump, a pipe, or a canal, as the SB 88 kind of primarily would focus on. There are some reports that are still sent to ERIMs that don't have measurement devices registered. And this shows the relative quantities of those, and they're not a major quantity, but a significant amount. And overall, the Delta ACP approach, which reports consumptive use estimate quantities via the OpenET methodology, account for about 2/3 overall. And just to follow on Jay's last point, mentioning the outreach and the notice of violations for water year 2023, we were successful for those we reached out to that were larger diverters over 300 acre feet to get them to file those annual reports. And for this year, we've issued the failure to file or reminder letters, but we've not yet gone to the step of an NOV yet. And as soon as our new system is up and running, that may be something that we consider to knock down that black bar on the far right. Next slide, please. Another snapshot of water year 2024, just to show the quantities, the relative quantities of the top 10 water users in or adjacent to the Delta. And so these top 10 users account for about 1/3 of the in-Delta total. By volume, about 2/3 of these are measured through registered measuring devices. 1/3 of the top 10 are through Delta ACP, and there's about 8% that do not have the measuring devices. And these are by owner, so there's many rights consolidated into each owner category, and many of the larger operators are landholders in the Delta, which maybe they're a district or state-owned or nonprofit, as we see here. Next slide, please. So Jay did mention the Delta Measurement Experimental Consortium, which is basically our forum for a review of the state of the science for methods to estimate Delta water use. And this is considering the difficult feasibility and cost challenges of measuring all 2,800 points of diversion. And this is a collaboration with the OpenET organization, which includes some colleagues from NASA and other academic and research organizations. UC Cooperative Extension has been very helpful in providing some field data, as we've mentioned in some prior updates. I'm not going to review the methodology for OpenET itself today. We've mentioned that in our prior updates in March and last November, and may do so again. We also include our partners from Delta water agencies, local water users and consultants, those who have a real in-depth sense of on-the-ground water dynamics. And also, we are kind of pursuing, encouraging, and receiving information from pilot projects that are relevant to Delta water measurement, including significant projects by the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California, owns 4 major islands, and has endeavored and worked towards measuring all of these to demonstrate the feasibility, which allows us a really good window into comparing our methods once we have measurement of the diversion pipes and siphons, and comparing that to the satellite view. We'll see some really interesting data coming out of that in the near future. In addition, the Nature Conservancy on Staten Island has been working towards measuring their tailwater drainage, particularly as an important part of the water balance. And that's had its challenges, and we're looking forward to an update on that. Our next meeting is coming up on the 29th for that group. Next slide, please. So here I want to show some of the real meat of the technical aspects of Delta water measurement in the Delta Island water balance. And this is an image from DWR, and as a part of their longstanding methodology for estimating Delta crop water use, or evapotranspiration, or ET as we call it, essentially is consumptive water use in the crops, from the crops that evaporates from the land. And the components here of the water balance are the diversions from Delta channels on the left side of this figure, and as well as seepage from through the delta levees. And then on the island, we have residual soil moisture that's contributed to by all those factors, the ET from the crops, and then on the right side, we see the return flows. Now imagine for a second an oversimplification of this delta island where there's no crops or vegetation and there's no diversions. So in that case, there would be seepage coming through the levees, which is unavoidable because of the subsidence. And then that would have to be balanced by the return flows to keep the island from flooding. And so if we add the additional components to that conceptual balance, we see that they still have to balance out. So for the annual total, the gross channel depletion essentially is equal to the diversions and the seepage minus the return flow. And this is an approach that's been pursued by DWR since the 1950s. And it's consistent with the approach that the day flow methodology, which is used to calculate the net delta outflow index, which is also incorporated in Decision 1641. So this is kind of a longstanding view of the Delta Islands. And so the new twist is that we have the satellite data that can tell us ET on a much finer scale and much more up to date than having to do the crop surveys, every year. It does incorporate some crop survey data as well into the models, but we're much more closer to real time. So we have heard concerns that using the OpenET approach may not capture the fact that some diversions can occur at different rates and times, but overall, it's a fairly good estimate. Next slide, please. So this figure illustrates the degree of subsidence of Delta Islands. And the colors here, anything darker than the yellow is below a 5 feet elevation. And we see generally, we would expect more seepage on more subsided islands. The extent to which that is a factor is a major question in our studies. And as I mentioned before, the excess flows will return to the Delta. There is a seasonal trend in the soil moisture, basically starting from wet at the end of the rainy season, and some of that ends up serving the crop ET. And then overall, like I was saying, the annual water use the summary is pretty good from OpenET. In these situations where the water balance is fairly closed, excesses have to return to the system. And so those are the unique characteristics for that. And now, one of the exciting updates from the OpenET organization is to characterize the soil water moisture, the soil moisture balance, and incorporate that as a companion to the satellite ET data. So to show the degree of crop ET that is met by precipitation is an exciting avenue of current research. Next slide, please. So here, this image is to show the power of visualization of daily data. Typically, we'll roll it up for monthly, which tends to reduce some of the scatter of an OpenET estimate. But these are daily snapshot estimates of OpenET for one particular place of use, this 300-acre parcel. And we see kind of a seasonal trend of water year 2024. What's happening is that at 8 days, the satellite flies over, takes a picture, and they determine through the modern algorithms the heat of the parcel and make an estimate of the evapotranspiration, and then use the weather record, the meteorology, to make estimates for other days, because the satellite only saw what happened on one day, and then if it was a little hotter, it may be slightly more ET. So we have all of these daily snapshots. And as we know right now, we're in the middle of July. Anybody in the agricultural business or has a farm or a garden knows that it's the thirstiest time of year. We're in mid-July, and that's going to be the peak ET. And this particular parcel is showing a little more than a 1/4 inch of water evaporated per day, which is equivalent to 8 inches for the month of July. In the peak here, we see almost 1/3 of an inch per day. So that's the amount of variation. And if we imagine 1,000 of these parcels across the delta, that thirst, or that crop ET, has a very close relationship to what ends up being diverted. And so we're still working through preliminary data with the comparisons of that, but it's very, very exciting to be able to pull it up. And we could actually go and look at June, for example, of what's happening now. But it's fairly consistent and mainly varies as a factor of meteorology.
Vice Chair.
I have a question about what, on this specific parcel, you said 300 acres. What type of crops?
Ma'am, remember, I don't have that.
You don't have
in
that
front
level
me,
of
no.
detail. Are you looking at different crop types and also fallowed fields?
It has been studied. Jay perhaps can handle part of that.
Yeah, the DRIP study that we presented to the board, that the Office of the Delta Water Master participated with the Department of Water Resources and the Delta Conservancy in developing, did look at comparative levels of ET and to really discern, like, where are we seeing water savings that materialize in an inflow contribution or an in-stream flow, and what are the differentials there for deficit irrigation, fallowing, and crop substitution. So we do have an array of data in that regard. I think we have been endeavoring to work with the OpenET team to kind of develop a deeper toolkit. The biggest correlation that we saw was in relation to elevation and proximity away from the central delta as yielding additional potential to contribute to in-stream flow in the delta. And so we have seen some of that. Would be happy to sit down with you and discuss that more fully. We are also kind of continuing to work. One of the projects that was funded there was an eddy covariance study over 3 years. So we're now in the 2nd year, going into the 3rd year with UC Davis in looking at kind of a linear transect from the north to the south delta in evaluating differential of consumptive use aligned with different irrigation practices. And they are only looking at those 3 programs, either deficit irrigation, fallowing, or crop substitution. And so we're continuing to actively involve them in the Delta Measurement Experimental Consortium to kind of better understand that data.
Great. So big picture, though, depending on how this is used, inputting, whether it's soil moisture, weather, it is the idea to be able to take that information and apply it to the model, depending on whether it's deficit irrigation, fallowed. Can you draw generalizations to just input into this tool?
Into OpenET per se. I think we get some of that data from OpenET. I think we also need, the part of it that I think you're really digging at is, well, we need to understand the relationship between conserved water and in-channel flow. And that I think involves sort of a integration of multiple tools to really have a good answer to that. I think the complexity of soil types, elevation, location in the delta, and really all interrelate in that. And so I don't want to kind of oversimplify that, because I think you're asking exactly the right question, and we're continuing to dig at what tools do we need to really ascertain that relationship in a reliable, predictive fashion. And we're not there yet. I think that is among the most valuable work of this Delta Measurement Experimental Consortium.
Okay. And then the other question has to do with return flows, just the definition, because Some of it's just gravity return flows depending on the elevation versus in the lowlands, it's pumping, right? And is that a safe assumption to make in the lowlands that it's always return flow through pumping?
Yeah, and a lot more in the winter. And then, but there is invariably elevational complexity almost everywhere on every island in the Delta. And so you have the drain phenomenon, and we're trying, I think the Nature Conservancy is a bit ahead of some of the other experiments at this point. We're trying to do an individual island water budget. Metropolitan will be gauging all of their diversions on their 4 islands later this irrigation year. Not quite there yet, but I think they have Bacon and Bolden now completed. And they are metering all of their diversion pumps. So we're going to get that we're going to get that data, and then we're also endeavoring to get them to monitor their diversion pumping. Nature Conservancy has kind of started the other end of trying to figure out, okay, what are our diversion pump levels, and then working backwards to discern their water budget. So we're kind of trying to look at different experiments, if you will, in different places in the Delta to really kind of understand if we set the ET data aside, what does the diversion and then the pumping data tell us together in terms of really getting to a water budget, and also better understanding that, as Will noted, real-time dynamic of diversions and the net effect on in-channel flow.
Thank you.
Great questions.
Thank you. Thank you.
And that concludes the ET part of the presentation. Next slide.
So if I might here, I just want to acknowledge the tremendous effort that the Stewardship Council undertook in working with tribal governments, local governments throughout the Delta, both academic and other climate science data from USGS, from NASA, Ames, from multiple sources assessing sea level rise, flood risk, drought risk elements, and developing really a comprehensive plan with significant stakeholder input and taking the time to really listen to all parties in that process. And I think what I value most is among the chief recommendations is the need to have a secure, reliable funding plan for the protection and integrity of Delta levees and what that means in the Delta, and additionally the identification of near-term metrics and evaluating climate preparedness strategies and evaluating where we are in 2030. I think it's really important that these plans don't just sit on the shelf but are used to evaluate success and things that may have been missed along the way. And so I just want to acknowledge that this has been a really significant area of work for the Stewardship Council, and with a lot of due diligence in the process, and really bringing all Delta stakeholders along with it. Next slide, please.
If we could have a question.
Please, Vice Chair.
So on this, it just seems that this is, very good timing. I know that this is not an area that we've focused on as much as we should on the Bay Delta Plan, but in the next triennial review, these issues are going to be front and center. And so just looking for opportunities to review this, incorporate it into, sort of our analysis, and as we go forward with updating our climate change resolution. So really just flagging it, not anything more.
Yeah.
Thank
No,
you.
that's great. Because I think another important part of this work is that they have really looked at the Delta not as a monolith with certain regulatory compliance objectives at certain points, but rather the unique features and risks, and disaggregating the region and better understanding where the risks and opportunities are as we think about habitat, as we think about flood risk for urban communities, and the integration of multi-benefit projects, and alignment with agricultural values in the Delta. So I just think it is a detailed mosaic that puts those values together, and not in a kind of cookie cutter form, but rather one that really actually digs in to look at unique hydrodynamics and landform characteristics and risks from each of the inflowing rivers into the Delta. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Next slide, please. I'm pleased to report I've began to highlight this initiative in January. We've been really working closely with in-Delta stakeholders in developing an outline for a memorandum of understanding to address the needs of actively managing sediment in the Delta. And I began to see this in water year 23 after the big flows and emergent sandbars that, especially in the South Delta, that were effectively blocking flows into some of the sloughs. And I'm pleased to report that just today, that the Department of Water Resources has submitted a revised memorandum to state, local, and federal parties that we have been meeting with to really advance the pace and scale of sediment management in the South Delta, and have achieved also a bit of a milestone in securing the department in the last week has been working with South Delta landowners to do drone flyovers on water availability in some of the South Delta channels. And so I think that, again, we're kind of building toward a deeper understanding of the integration of flow, channel dynamics, sediment management, and diversions, both with respect to in-Delta diverters as well as the operations of the projects. Next slide. And I think particularly important is, I think on the left, you can see these are a range of the agencies that both the Department of Water Resources and our office has been in direct communication with, as well as Region 5, in kind of thinking about how we move forward an expedited permitting process to address localized dredging maintenance, sediment management challenges, and where they emerge in the system, and how we can kind of gauge de minimis effects versus larger effect projects. And in this process, I are beginning to identify pilot scale projects that the Corps of Engineers might move forward with. And we have been communicating actively with an agricultural in-Delta and San Joaquin Valley group of farmers that former Delta Stewardship Council Chair Randy Fiorini has assembled to really dig into critical water supply and sustainability metrics related to water, in both in the Delta and the San Joaquin Valley. And I'm pleased to note that that's Great Valley Farm Water Partnership has identified sediment management as one of its leading challenges, and is seeking to work at both the state and federal level to align resources to begin this work, which I've noted before the board before has not happened systematically since 2009, even though D1641 actually requires a sediment management program in recognition of the challenges of water supply in the Delta and effectively managing supply for all parties. Next slide, please. So I want to flag quickly for the board that we are looking at, since our last discussion, the California Forever project, initially a pilot city of 40,000, but up to 400,000 residents, have entered a memorandum of understanding with Suisun City to annex their project into Suisun City. We're continuing to look at the issues of how they provide water supply to that new city, aligned with the rights that have been identified with the project, and the capacity, for example, of the North Delta Water Agency to meet those needs. And so we're continuing to watch this issue closely. Next slide, please. Similarly, an interesting proposal has emerged in which Diablo Water Agency is proposing an acquisition of Jersey Island and have approached a number of state agencies, the Delta Conservancy, the Wildlife Conservation Board, and others about funding for a sustainable climate management program at Jersey Island. And the objectives of that are to accelerate pace and scale of wetland restoration, enhance durability of the levees at Jersey Island, provide a model for sustainable agriculture, and in some, provide a real climate resilient project there. I think we are watching this closely with respect to the traditional exercise of water rights associated with the island, and ensuring that that what we're seeing is consistent with the exercise of those rights, and if there is a proposed change in those rights, of course, the board would need at a future date to approve that action. So I think we're kind of really trying to get as much information from interested parties in the project, and really, continue to apprise the board, but recognizing a level of potential state investment in the project, that we have a shared interest in ensuring that it's really managed consistent with both water supply, water management, water quality goals in the Delta, as well as being a model for climate resilience. Next slide, please. I think it's important as you will also continue to look at the update of the Water Quality Control Plan, that we are also looking deeply at what kind of information do we need to understand and evaluate the performance of proposed existing and proposed habitat projects in the Yolo Bypass, Cache Slough, and Sassoon Marsh, aligned with the exercise of water rights there, and that we ensure that we have a level of understanding about water quality conditions and suitability of the actual habitat delivered in relation to the ongoing intertidal projects within the Cache Slough complex, and ensuring that they are meeting the objectives as designed and implemented. And so we will continue to evaluate that, work with stakeholders. I think there are some projects that may have an opportunity to ride well with the Water Quality Control Plan update that are of interest to tribal governments in the Delta, that are of interest to reclamation districts and others that would not formally be part of a Water Quality Control Plan, but that would complement those objectives nicely. Next slide, please. So in the context of all this, I think I want to just have a moment of candor with the board that we're seeing really virtually an unprecedented series of cutbacks in science programs at the federal level. And to note, I think the board is aware that the Bureau has absorbed a 20% cut in its Western Region office. An additional 20% cut is proposed. Cal EPA in the budget just approved by the House of Representatives has US EPA has absorbed a 23% cut in its budget. There's been a $99 million cut in the Pacific Salmon Restoration Fund. 126 million have been cut from flood projects in the greater Sacramento Central Valley watershed. And a $140 million cut proposed in the Water Smart program, including elimination of loan-based programs. I think the board has noted in prior discussions of the cut in NOAA's oceanic atmospheric research, program, which would propose to be eliminated. So I think what we're seeing just within the budget framework is alarming. We've also become aware in the last week that the Bureau has proposed contracting out the 55 station gauge network in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. I've been endeavoring to talk with stakeholders across the spectrum about their reaction to this. I think I've been somewhat encouraged that critical Central Valley customers recognize the importance of reliable data that is based in continuity of data, QA/QC methodologies that are accepted by all parties, and specifically the metrics that specific flow conditions, temperature, turbidity bridges, salinity data from specific gauging stations, as well as the other places in the network to ensure reliability, let alone OMR, flow dynamic. As you piece these variables together, I think what I am hearing from water agencies is that they are also concerned that the lack or the questionability of critical data that we have seen and that which the board needs to evaluate compliance with a water quality control plan, it represents a threat to their interests, that it's as likely the absence of quality scientific data is really a phenomenon that is almost abhorrent to digest at a moment where our ability in scientific instrumentation and integration of both field data and satellite data, and where all of this information can provide a much better picture for real-time conditions. But if we belie that understanding and pretend that rolling back a monitoring network and our sophisticated integration of data can actually lead to better water management decisions, we are on an unpredictable fool's errand that could adversely impact all stakeholders in the Delta. And I just think it's important for the board to continue to exercise a level of due diligence to ensure that the scientific data standards that the board has adopted to ensure compliance with the board's responsibilities continues to be foremost in your mind. And we are currently working with OWEMA to really discern standards that data standards that the board has previously adopted and how those standards affect continuing evaluation, especially with regard to water quality control plan compliance. So we look forward to continued dialogue with you, but it's certainly, we're certainly in an alarming moment, I think, in which I think all of us need to think creatively about how we sustain, protect, engage, and creatively partner with others to avert a rollback in our scientific and data and monitoring programs in the Delta, and just thank you for your attention to that. And with that, I could either take questions now or we could move to Dr. Lisa Marie Wyndham-Meyer's report, and I'm happy to go either way on that.
Yeah, first, just thanks. Appreciate all the updates. I know there continues to be a lot going on in the Delta, and to your concern, and one that we share deeply, it's something that we've been tracking, certainly the continued rollback of what are longstanding federal investments in data, in science, let alone other federal pots that we have on the drinking water side. So we've been doing our best to monitor, and I know that we have ongoing conversations with Department of Water Resources as well, where the absence and withdrawal of these federal resources that are so dependent on our decision making is going to likely mean that we here within the state will have to find those resources because it is so critical to our decision making, and we can't afford to go backwards at this time. We're moving in the wrong direction when it comes to the rollback of these federal investments at a time when we continue to hear, to your point, from those in the ag sector and otherwise, even in the conservation side, where we want to see real-time management of the resource. We want to see adaptive management, as it's so often called out. But without that data, without that information, you can't have real-time management. You don't have anything to adaptively manage with. So it is foundational. It is critical. I think of the California-Nevada River forecast as well, and our dependence on their tools for even administering water rights, and having relied on them heavily in this last turn of the drought, where absent those tools, we wouldn't have been able to manage as well as we did. So it can feel a bit overwhelming at times, the magnitude of and amount of activity and withdrawal that the feds are currently engaged in, but we'll continue to do our part to monitor and importantly ensure that it doesn't harm our interests here within the state and our decision-making and ability to continue to do better by it. So much appreciation. I appreciate the flag there at the end as well, for sure. Looking to fellow board colleagues if they have any questions or comment at this moment right now. We did have a commenter for the periodic report here, Gary Smith, but I don't see him on the platform. So I think we can go ahead and close out item number 7 and move on to item number 8, the update from Dr. Wyndham Myers. Lisa Marie. It's good to see you. Thanks for joining us virtually here.
Great. Thank you so much thank you for unmuting me. And also I'm going to be transitioning slides. But again, thanks for having me for this quarterly update. I intended to be addressing you in person as usual, but it's not possible. And I turn for the next update.
No worry in the least. Glad for the flexibility here and good to have you with us nonetheless.
Thanks. Okay, let's move to the next slide then. I am going to focus on products from 4 core functions of the Delta Science program, but there will be highlights this fall on products from the other units, like the updated Delta Science Plan, the Adaptive Management Forum, and a research impact assessment of the Science Action Agenda that we're working on right now. But today I'm going to talk about research that we've recently funded, our science synthesis collaborations and products, our latest peer review, which focused on the draft Healthy Rivers and Landscape Science Plan from the Department of Water Resources, and updates to the Delta Independent Science Board. Next slide, please. Thank you. So I'm going to describe our newly kicked off Delta Modeling Collaboratory first, where project profiling has begun. And an additional sub-bullet that I wanted to highlight here is we're doing a recruitment of ideas and participants for the next synthesis workshop this fall with the National Center for Ecological Analysis and Synthesis. And this collaboration has led to very high-profile projects, such as last year's Rogers and Pashevkin-led paper that was documenting food web trends and drivers in different parts of the Delta. We had many idea submissions for this fall. We opened it up to the public, and including your staff, we got some good ideas on emerging themes of issues of invasive species, harmful algal blooms, and some other water quality issues, many of which are well poised for a synthesis to inform management. And participant recruitment is ongoing for this fall cohort, and we are especially interested in those who are interested in building their skill sets and capacity for synthesis science in this cross-agency approach. So I'll just put the link there in case anyone is interested in joining this fall cohort. Science peer review, we have 2 that are ongoing right now, but I'm only going to be talking about the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes review, which is now complete and online as of yesterday. The Delta Research Awards and Delta Science Fellows listserv has gone out, and these scientists are beginning their work. I'll describe some of these projects. And then the Delta Independent Science Board has had an active recruitment since February, and it's now complete. And I'll be bringing to the council next week the names of 3 new members to be approved. Also, the Independent Science Board is hosting a climate symposium on September 16th and 17th to review emerging climate science and how that climate information is used by agencies and private farmers to make decisions and manage resources. And so speaking of management relevant science, we can go to the next slide and talk about the collaboratory. So this idea has been around for 30 plus years here in the Delta, and it's the fusion of the words collaboration and laboratory. And the way we envision it at the Delta Science Program is as a networked community of scientists and a virtual hub that facilitates collaborative modeling activities and knowledge sharing. We often think of this as a community garden type approach to science projects. So thinking that a science project can go further than it could on its own if it had access to shared resources. Working together in a collaboratory, we expect to see support in the form of things that you'll see around this circle here, access to researcher profiles across the community, ability to coordinate and network using user-based forums, getting support for team facilitation, having dedicated staff who are knowledgeable about all the resources. And that includes things like a data librarian, somebody, go-to person for finding harmonized and available data. A publication library with learning materials and trading modules about the Delta, a collection of best practices and protocols and lessons learned, model inventory so that users can explore choices and trade-offs of different models, an integrating modeling framework to help connect different kinds of models that wouldn't otherwise be talking to each other, a cloud computing server for computationally intensive analyses. This is often brought up as a limitation for work that people want to do. A data library with standalone and integrated harmonized data sets. And again, maybe a data librarian for efficiency and finding what you're looking for. And then an NC-style data training and workshop opportunity on a regular basis. And then finally, we think that data visualization assistance will be very helpful to folks for communicating and basically making sure people are on board with things like conceptual models and how things are being approached. So next slide, please. This phase 1, which literally kicked off on June 12th, was coordinated by us. We have 3 projects to explore how modeling and synthesis can address management priorities. Our intent is to develop decision support tools that produce actionable outcomes for managing resources related to each of these topics. So there's teams, about 6 to 10 folks on a given team, academics, agencies, NGOs, consultants. It's a wide group. They're identifying modeling approaches for 3 priority management areas. So you can see here that's harmful algal bloom prediction in the Delta, so a particular focus on cyanobacteria. And we think that by conducting these projects with CHABs, that's one of them. Another one is the salinity intrusion and management issue that has never gone away. And then tidal wetlands and food webs and what restoration of both of those could look like. So we're looking at conducting these projects in parallel because it's already enhancing opportunities for collaboration and knowledge sharing across these groups. All 3 areas are successors to previous Delta Science Program efforts. So for example, the cyanoHABs monitoring strategy that was released in October by the Stewardship Council has management priorities that are being addressed. The salinity management and intrusion, salinity intrusion and management issues were brought up during salinity management workshops 3 years. And then the tidal wetlands and food webs restoration has been brought up by the Independent Science Board in their food webs review as needing attention. We also are focusing on these 3 efforts because they build off community projects that are already currently ongoing, like the NOAA-funded MRHAB project, which means monitoring and event response for HAB, harmful algal bloom research. It's a program that's funded by NOAA. The UC-funded Just Transitions and Co-Equal projects that deal with salinity tracking and the possibilities in controlling that salinity wedge. And the Interagency Ecological Programs Food Web Synthesis team that was stood up last fall by the Department of Water Resources. So we're walking in the door with some active projects already happening, and we're just trying to link them. The products from this summer fall will be profile reports, not projects themselves, but profiles that are created for each topic to summarize and prioritize potential directions and resource needs for each project. Yesterday, we had an all-hands monthly meeting to discuss what those profiles might look like, the ranges of scales, and whether they might be sequential questions, where they build on each other over time, or whether there's alternative approaches to the same question. So, for example, new techniques, machine learning, spatial approaches with remote sensing, and so on, as well as traditional data mining with the data sets we have available for trends analysis. And then later this fall, a synthesis white paper will identify priorities that we can move forward with, that we can use these to form the initial foundation of the collaboratory network. So this network and community modeling culture that we're standing up is intended to accelerate the pace of discovery and tools for decision-making as an interconnected hub of support for the science community. And I expect to share more with you with the Water Board at the fall briefing, but also at the Delta Plan Interagency Implementation, the DPIC meeting in November. So I can go to the next slide and we'll talk about collaboratory stuff later. I think I'm going to go here to the next slide and talk about HRL, because I know you will be interested. We completed our latest independent science peer review yesterday. It's posted now, and I encourage you to visit our website to see the full transparent process. To clarify, my role as the Delta lead scientist is not to be the reviewer, but to facilitate requested reviews. And we work closely with the requesting party, in this case, Department of Water Resources, to scope the review and charge questions, to select reviewers that are free from conflicts and contract with them to ensure that they are compensated for their work. We conduct an editorial review of the reviewer's report, and then we post all materials on the council's website to enhance transparency and use of the review. So just some background, last year, the Delta Science Program was approached by the Department of Water Resources and asked to facilitate an independent peer review of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes Program Science Plan. The HRL Science Plan is intended to serve as the approach for assessing the flow and non-flow measures included in the HRL program and serve as a framework for tributary science plans to be built upon. Our staff in the collaborative and science peer review unit and myself, we with DWR and a subset of HRL science committee members who served on this review planning team, we scoped a set of charge questions for reviewers. And specifically, the committee was looking for feedback on the HRL science plan's hypotheses, metrics, monitoring and modeling, the knowledge gaps, and adaptive management opportunities. We contracted with 3 reviewers, Steve Brandt, Josh Corman, and Mike Runge, and they each wrote individual peer review reports, which were submitted at the end of June. They're now posted, and we'll also post their DWR's response if and when received. They literally just got it yesterday. So overall, the reviewers found, this is going to tell you some key takeaways, that the HRL Science Plan was a comprehensive and carefully conceived guide for developing system-specific science plans that provide a broad understanding of the HRL program. The hypotheses presented were considered valuable for scientific influence, but were considered perhaps less effective for management purposes, and there was some merit in more supporting evidence that could be gathered to help support the inferences. Those additional hypotheses and metrics that they suggested in terms of evidence would be rate or growth rate potential of fish, mortality rate, survival rate or predation rate, marine survival rates, and effects of hatchery practices. There were concerns about capturing the effect size of flow and non-flow measurements. So perhaps success would be found, but the size would be difficult to discern the magnitude of the effects, if you will, because the system is so dynamic and there's limited replications of actions within the time plan or the timeline of the science plan. So the science plan they suggested could include expected effect size to allow for consideration of cost effectiveness for decision makers, and also power analysis by statisticians that are designing the monitoring. The science plan could also be improved through more detailed and rigorous discussions of the covariates, so other variables that are affecting the metric of concern, and co-founding factors. So like a third variable that's not measured, but is the actual driver. An example of a covariate would be, for example, if water temperature or dissolved oxygen is the identified metric for a certain hypothesis, the covariates would be air temperature, flow, turbidity, canopy cover, and riparian vegetation that are all related to water temperature and dissolved oxygen. And an example of a confounding factor would be things like changes in flows that are outside of the spring window that are being monitored for that given metric. Monitoring protocols, they suggest, also could be improved by more directly linking monitoring to modeling to better define the connections amongst environmental drivers and responses, and to improve the time, space, and frequency parameters of the monitoring effort. In some cases, modeling was suggested rather than direct monitoring as an approach, and that might be a preferred method for evaluation of a hypothesis, and it would be helpful to explain that rationale. The details of the adaptive management decision criteria were considered a little vague, and the science plan did not identify what alternative measures should be taken if it's in the event that flow and non-flow measures fail to produce the desired effects. They also suggested that as a reader, we might not be adequately informed about the challenges of evaluating hypotheses within the short period of assessment, and that the draft strategic plan makes no mention of extending the 8-year assessment. But there will be challenges in addressing some of these hypotheses within the 8-year period. So next steps, the report is now live on the council page. It'll be circulated by the council's listserv next week. And if DWR chooses to provide a response letter to the science plan, we will also post that on our webpage. And in closing, we want, as a team, to make sure that we understand that that you all understand that the reviewers provided very useful information for the HRL science plan, and I encourage you to read those reports. This is our 35th independent peer review for science since 2010, and all have been focused on transparent and thorough processes to ensure that credible and legitimate science is used by water environmental decision makers, and this one is just the same. So I, again, encourage you to take a look at those documents. Next slide, please. We'll talk about what we have funded. So the Delta Science Program's Research Awards webpage has more information and project details, but here you can just see a snapshot of 8 research awards that have been funded by us in 2025, and 2 additional ones on smelt rearing and on spring run salmon tracking that are funded directly by the state water contractors. Additionally, there are 6 early career Delta Science Fellowships that are included here across a range of universities. Those have the black boxes around them. The Delta Research Awards are typically larger projects than the fellowships, with interdisciplinary teams lasting roughly 3 years. In the black outlines, again, you're seeing the Delta Science Fellowships. They're geared more towards funding of early career scientists like master's, PhD students, or postdocs for 1 to 2 years. And the main purpose of this slide is to show you how broad the geographic and topical distribution is. You can see all the way from Shasta down to the Central Valley. These awards encompass $8.8 million of funding for roughly 64 researchers across 16 teams. All the projects help advance the science action agenda, which is the 6 management need categories that you're seeing on the left, by doing everything from promoting innovative monitoring approaches to addressing climate uncertainties, and that's what the color coding signifies here. These projects also integrate different knowledge frameworks from biophysical sciences and social sciences to traditional ecological knowledge, and a number of projects explicitly incorporate the co-production of research with tribes, community scientists, and students, which was an explicit goal of the solicitation, and it's denoted here by the 3 little humans icon. And a brief caption in each box here is highlighting the key research question that the projects are addressing, and you can see also other icons in there. But there's too much to talk about in just this briefing. So I point you again to more information on all 16 of these awards on our website. And then last slide, please. In the end, I want to just give a warm reflection on the 3 of our distinguished board members who are going to be stepping down on September 1st. This is the Independent Science Board, 10 members, and again, they're all world experts in their field. In particular, Dr. Robert Nyman, Dr. Virginia Dale, and Dr. Tom Holzer have been instrumental in the last 5 years, playing outsized role in reviewing our Delta environmental monitoring programs. and reviews of our understanding of food webs, as well as land subsidence issues and management. I look forward to seeing them again, and then also the 3 new members at the Independent Science Board's September meeting that I mentioned earlier in September, the 2-day symposium on emerging climate research considerations. So I will share those 3 new board member names that are being requested for approval next week at the Delta Stewardship Council meeting on Thursday. If you tune into the council meeting, you'll hear them then, or you can come to the meeting in September and meet them in person. And with that, I'll close here. We could go to the next slide and say everything I've shared is available on our website, and I appreciate your time, and I'm happy to take any questions. So we can move to the last slide. Thank you.
Thank you incredibly. Always exciting, and always impressed by the amount of work that continues to be ongoing in the science program. And so thanks for your leadership there. Nod to the ISB members here. Sorry we're losing those 3 members. Look forward to welcoming the new 3 members coming on. But the Independent Science Board has been just a really critical part for me of continuing to deepen our resources and expertise ultimately on the science side, and have a place that we can go to really discern, given the combat science that often goes on out there, where how to navigate what are always going to be disagreements in the scientific process and the work out there, but how best that we can find consensus where it is and be able to trust in that. So appreciate the ISB and their work. Additionally, just appreciate the overview of the peer review of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes Science Plan proposal. Definitely we'll be digging into that, certainly as the board here, as we're evaluating and moving on the Bay Delta plan, having that peer review concluded and being able to unpack what I think were some concerns that some of us, I know Vice Chair and I were just touching base, have shared prior, but good to have those encapsulated there in writing by the peer reviewers. So really a huge nod and thanks to them for doing that work. And on the collaboratorium, it is really exciting to see that continue to grow, and that projects like CoEqual and others out there can be stitched together with other efforts that are going out there to really truly get a benefit of all the shared resources that are going into monitoring and the science and the decision-making discussions that we have. And as the Delta Water Master pointed out, certainly all that work is really critical given where we see the federal government moving. So being able to continue to create our own spaces here, ensure that our decision-making is as robust and supported as it can be, and importantly, we're bringing community voices and folks that are sometimes not as well represented in our decision-making space, is just really, really important at this moment to bring folks along a common vision. So thanks for the continued leadership on the collaboratorium. It means a lot. Looking to fellow board colleagues for any questions they might have for the lead scientists, or anything else to reflect on what we heard from the Water Master. Board Member Firestone.
I think I'll just emphasize much of what you just said, Chair. And certainly we're in the process of updating the Bay Delta plan and considering what that looks like. And we're at a time when there's a lot of change going on, especially in terms of federal actions and funding, especially, well, on so many levels, but particularly on the science and long-term science and monitoring programs. So I just another plug for, I think we all want to make sure that what we are ultimately adopting in the Bay Delta plan is supporting, the adequate long-term monitoring that we need to be able to protect the ecosystem, and whether that's through our plan adoption or other kind of data criteria. I'm forgetting the exact term that we have, but I think this is really forefront of our mind, is how do we make sure that we're supporting one science, being efficient, letting that evolve with, our changing climate and needs, but also making sure that there's that stability. And so look forward to the discussion that we'll have as part of that update in terms of that role. And then also if there are complementary things we need to be looking at to make sure that we're kind of a backstop on ensuring we have the data that we need. Thanks.
You're here. Thank you, board member. All right. Seeing no further comment. Really appreciate the updates. Thank you both, all three of you. Really appreciative. And that concludes item number 7 and 8, which brings us to item number 9, which is an update from our Office of Enforcement. And really appreciate, this will be the first sort of mid-year update, that we've had from the Office of Enforcement. I really appreciate the follow-up from the office. I know the last time we saw you, we thought, might be good to start to unpack a little more on the data side and the numbers side, what is going on and all the good work happening in the Office of Enforcement. So appreciate this follow-up, appreciate this opportunity. Thank you, Ms. West. Mr. Orozco, good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. It's great to be here again. And just as a reminder, as you mentioned, we were here in February and we provided updates on enforcement highlights from 2024. And today we're here. In that update, we focused on a little bit on environmental justice related initiatives and cases. We included a discussion on our sanitary sewer system inspection initiative and our EJ task force work. Today's presentation, however, is going to be more of an overview on our enforcement-related data, as you mentioned. The objective of the presentation is really to highlight both our enforcement workflows and as well as our outcomes. And we're going to do that in the context of our water quality programs and our cannabis program. With me today, I have Javier Orozco. Javier is an AGPA, Associate Government Program Analyst with the Office of Enforcement, and he has prepared and will be presenting several slides about our case referral information, and those are cases coming into our office from around the water boards. Also with me in the audience today, I have Michael Buckman, our Cannabis Enforcement Coordinator, and Delaire Ghazi, our Cal EPA Complaint Coordinator in the Office of Enforcement. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and go to the next slide and we'll get started here. Just as an overview, I'll do a quick background on our Office of Enforcement, and as I mentioned, we'll go into some detail on enforcement workflows, case referrals, and complaint statistics, as well as then looking at outcomes of enforcement. Specifically in our water quality program, we'll be looking at enforcement actions brought over the last couple years, as well as any trends in our water quality penalties and our supplemental projects that get funded through enforcement. And last, we're going to wrap up with a review of our cannabis program data and some highlights from that program and how they reflect that program's shifting priorities and improved efficiencies. At the end, we'll talk briefly about some potential areas of growth for our data collection. And on to the next slide. Again, just for folks who might not be familiar with our office, I'm the director of the Office of Enforcement. The Office of Enforcement was established in 2006. We were first established to provide both legal and technical support, primarily in water quality related to the regional board enforcement work. We have subsequently grown significantly as an office. We now provide both legal and technical support for our water rights, our Division of Water Rights. We've just recently started working in enforcement related to our drinking water programs. And then we have a number of specialty programs, including the cannabis program. We support the forestry program. We have a fraud, waste, and abuse prevention unit in our office that focuses on financial enforcement related to grants and loans administered by the State Water Board. We also do underground storage tank leak prevention and operator certification in both water supply and wastewater treatment. And we do support the Environmental Lab Accreditation Program. So on to the next slide. In talking about enforcement workflow, as I'm sure you're all aware, cases and enforcement issues come out of a number of areas. On a daily basis, our staff and staff across the water boards, and this is really something I want to emphasize. I'm talking about the Office of Enforcement, and we're relatively small in the scheme of the entire water boards. We are some of the few staff that are dedicated to enforcement strictly, but our enforcement programs for the water boards rely extensively on program staff across all the offices, regions, and divisions. And it's essential to have that program staff participation and support in our enforcement programs for our various regulatory programs. So on that note, we have inspections by regional boards, staff, and other agencies, local government agencies that feed into cases into our enforcement workflow. On a daily basis, our staff are working with regulated communities to ensure that they are complying and with applicable laws and receiving the necessary permits and authorizations. And through their inspections, we often violations are often brought to our attention. We also get complaints from the public, as well as many of our regulatory programs really rely on self-monitoring and reporting. And in reviewing those reports and monitoring, our staff often identify missing reports or violations where enforcement may be appropriate. On the next slide, I wanted to take a look at our office has set up back a number of years ago. We established a referral and tracking procedure using Microsoft Flow tools. It was actually first set up by with some help from Region 6. TJ Middler and Clark had this expertise, and now we have Javier, who luckily brought the expertise in-house to our office to maintain this system and helped look at some of the data coming out of the system. If you look at this chart shows our 2 legal units. And so the Office of Enforcement, as it has grown, and now has 2 legal units. We have a state board legal unit that supports state board program areas. And that was formed in 2019. And then our regional board legal unit, again, supporting water quality enforcement work through the regional boards. This chart shows, like, as I said, our unit split started in the beginning of 2019. And we see in the beginning of this chart, the 2019-2020 fiscal year, we see like a significantly more referrals from our regional boards. Again, we had just established our state board legal unit. We started taking on more work across the state board program areas. That includes water rights, drinking water now, cannabis, those specialty programs that I mentioned before, underground storage tanks, operator certification. And you see over the years now that we're up to our 24-25 year, we see kind of an even split between our referrals from our various clients throughout the water board system. I do want to point out a couple of things. First, I want to point out that this workload is cumulative. We see these referrals come in every year. Usually our enforcement cases, some of them can resolve fairly quickly and within a year, but a lot of them are cumulative. So if we look at, we've also had periods of time where our regional board legal unit has had to request a pause in referrals because we've been to the point where we are maxed out in the number of cases our attorneys can handle, and we ask the regions to scale back on referrals to only the most essential cases. We had to do that in 2023 for about 6 to 8 months because we were, like I said, dealing with a large backlog of cases. We currently, as an office, have approximately 480 active cases across both of our legal units. 294 of these cases belong to our regional board unit, and 185 of them belong to our state board unit. So if you kind of average that out, we're talking about, an average of anywhere between 18 and 26 cases per attorney. So that just gives you a sense of our workflow that we're dealing with as it comes into our office. I'm going to turn it over to Javier to cover the next couple of slides to talk a little bit more about what we see in the referrals that come into the Office of Enforcement.
Hello, thanks for having me, everybody. If we can move on to the next slide. So I tried to keep this these next couple of slides as a high-level overview that addresses the what and where of our case referrals, what are the program areas they're in, and where are they coming from. And this one is going to show you which regions and divisions, the breakdown of where our case referrals are coming from over the past 5 or so fiscal years. And present day actually means about June 30th, so take that for what it is. As we can see, based on the bar chart, the division of water rights is kind of far and away the first place source of where our case referrals are coming from. And just as some added context, this encompasses about 688 cases. And prior to 2021, actually, the Division of Water Rights took more of a middle of the pack position in this type of bar chart. So just interesting to see it's grown to that first place spot over the past couple of years. Another insight that doesn't shine through in this sort of 5-year span is that the division of drinking water is sort of near the bottom there in this chart, but over the past 2 years, it's really taken more of a 4th place spot. So assuming that trend continues, I would expect to see it sort of rising through the ranks of this type of bar chart as time passes. And we can go ahead and move on to the next slide, which answers more of the what program areas are our case referrals coming from. And these are also same time period, fiscal year 21 to present day being June 30th. So for some context, when folks submit a case referral request, they can select from 42 program areas to sort of classify their case request, and they can actually select up to 3 program areas. So there's a little bit of a confounding factor here in that this is not one-to-one number of cases to number of program area selections, but it's pretty close. I'd say that 80% of the time folks just select a single program area. And just to kind of further drive the point home, this encompasses only the top 10 program areas, so top 10 of 42. And further, this encompasses 444 cases and 505 program entries. So not too big of a difference between entries versus cases, but there is that difference where sometimes folks do select 2 or even 3 program areas for a case referral. The data does show that cannabis and water rights also far and away top 2 program areas. Another sort of confounding factor is that 25% of the time, those 2 tend to be chosen together. So, if we were to somehow kind of remove those from the equation, they would still take the top 2 spots. But, these are just 2 program areas that tend to be partnered together. We can go ahead and move on to the next slide. And this is just kind of a more deeper dive into these top 10 program areas. The legend matches up from top to bottom with the bar chart. The top water rights, then the next blocks will be stormwater, IGP, so on and so forth. And this adds another fiscal year, just so you can kind of see the trends going through. And really, there's not too much that I would call out here, except to point out that drinking water, as you can see, kind of that light gray bar went from being quite a small bar to of increasing size over the past 2 years, which, if you'll recall, I mentioned the division of drinking water also over the past 2 years has taken an increasing role in where are case referrals coming from. Sanitary sewers also shows an interesting kind of growth. It's not as small as drinking water, and it's not as big as drinking water in its growth, but also another one that's kind of increasing in size. And just as an final added bit of context, these top 10 program areas tend to account for 70 to 80% of the Office of Enforcement's workload. So if you'd like to imagine, there's a 30% workload that's unaccounted for below these top 10 program areas. And just for the sake of not adding even more clutter, that hasn't been provided here, but these are as Yvonne said, underground storage tanks, fraud, forestry, and 25 to 30 other program areas that just didn't make the cut, so to speak. And that's all I've got. So I'll pass the baton back to Yvonne and go to the next slide.
If
Thank
Board
you.
Member McGuire,
Yes,
actually, I
thank
think has a question here.
Yes, just a quick question. And thank you. This is really interesting information, and I appreciate you sharing this breakdown with us. And I was just curious, I look at all these different categories, and it kind of gives me a hint to where the issues are coming from, but it doesn't tell me the cause for the referral in the first place. So like on water rights, I can't tell, are these from reporting, failure to file issues, or are they unauthorized diversions or other issues with compliance? So do you track in your case management system, does it get to that level of detail and tracking and able to kind of summarize and show, what the issues that, led to these cases in the first place are?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like Yvonne has a little bit to say, but I will say that we do provide a section for folks to more specifically state, what is the issue. So we do track that, but it's not tracked in a more standardized way, a more soundbite way, if you will, where I can easily pull it out. To use one of the buzzwords, not saying, it's a bad thing. We could use some sort of, machine learning to kind of pull out keywords and track more specifics. But right now it's more of a general, here is a paragraph on what the specifics of the issue are. But that is something I assume we could work towards.
Yeah, definitely. So there's a narrative field, and of course that gives the attorneys a sense of like what the issue is in the case, but it's not a drop down that we could easily filter it by, in the sense that we couldn't just pull out statements out of water rights or failure to file statements and get a number like quickly just by filtering the spreadsheet. We'd have to manually go in and read the case descriptions and pull those out. But as you mentioned, like for here, water rights would include cases that were identified as cannabis and water rights. It would failure to file. It would include unauthorized diversions, curtailment. It would all be lumped in there. So this is really just on a program level. It's not that detailed.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I would imagine as you're thinking about the workload that your teams have, all cases are not equal. There's some really complex ones and difficult to move through the process, and others that are a little bit more straightforward. And so it just got me thinking about that. But yeah, it's interesting. That
totally points to one of the really complexities in looking at enforcement data and trying to understand our outcomes and looking at success of a program is that all cases are not equal, and we do deal with such a broad section of programs and then broad types of cases. Everything from, like you said, like really quick, easy to solve failure to files that maybe take like a notice letter and then they're signed back up, to litigation that lasts, cleanup litigation that lasts 5, 10, 15 years. So it is kind of all over the board. Next slide, please. One of the other areas that we really do get a lot of our workflow from is from public complaints. And what I wanted to highlight for you is go a little bit deeper into that process. And here we have the state board's Cal EPA complaint lead is in our office, and it's Delaire, who is here with us today. And Delaire Ghazi from our office serves as the lead. And what he does is he will take time out of his other work as an investigator, and he'll triage complaints and make sure they're getting to the proper region, division, and office, as well as, talk with members of the public, take the time to hear their complaints or gather additional information to ensure they're going to the right place. Even when they are not water board specific complaints, he is really good at making sure they get to a local agency or someone else who has jurisdiction to assist them. So he'll triage complaints, refer them out to the appropriate agency, and then twice a year he provides a biannual complaint summary to all of our regions, divisions, and offices. In addition to the work that Delaire does, our office does actually do substantive investigations as well through our special investigations unit or other units, cannabis, or other programs that are implicated by complaints. But that happens also at the regions, divisions, and offices, and really that is the more substantive work that takes longer after we identify where the correct location of the complaints are, is to really that investigation and that substantive analysis of whether or not the complaint is within our jurisdiction and our authorities and where to go from there. If we go to the next slide, I wanted to go ahead and show. So if you look at this one, this is our complaint statistics over the last 6 months. This looks at complaints across all of the Cal EPA agencies, and you'll see here the water boards received 748 out of 1,813 total complaints. So around 40% of the complaints that came into the Cal EPA complaint system over the last 6 months were assigned either to our state or regional boards or Division of Drinking Water, Division of Water Rights. Again, this is another situation where the complaints data is a little bit skewed in the sense that a complaint can get assigned to multiple offices. Now, while that is duplicative, it also is important to recognize that each of those assignments represents a workload. It represents a workflow. Everybody who gets assigned that complaint, whether it's like the Division of Drinking Water and one of the regional boards, some staff person along the way has to open that up and read that and assess whether or not there are anything within their jurisdiction or their regulatory authority that's implicated in that complaint or any need for an investigation. So while it's duplicative in the sense that we might get the same complaint as DTSC, it is also, again, it represents, each one of those numbers represents a workload. Next slide, please. We do see that 40% actually holds true over longer periods of time. These are complaint statistics over the last 3 years, and this is just internal for the water boards. I wanted to give you kind of a sense of the number of complaints that are going to the state board, the regional boards, and the divisions. And again, there is, I should say, a lot of times the state board sees a lot of complaints that then get referred to a specific region, but they're not 100% overlap. We do see that the regional boards with higher population areas do receive more complaints, while the divisions handle, all of California, like the Division of Drinking Water and the Division of Water Rights and the State Board. So our numbers are kind of higher, but we do see higher numbers in the higher populated regional boards. The North Coast Regional Board receives a lot of cannabis and water rights related complaints. The San Francisco Regional Board, we see a lot of complaints involving illegal dumping into bays and estuaries and other issues. Central Valley and Los Angeles region do get like a significant number of water quality related complaints. And some go directly to the regions and some come through the water boards, but this just gives you a sense of those numbers. If we go on the next slide, I wanted also to give you a sense on the next slide of days to close. And so this is a hard statistic. So we were able to filter and look at the complaint database and identify an average days to close a complaint. And as Board Member McGuire was talking about, like not all complaints are equal. Some of them are quickly closed, some of them get referred out, and some of them we spend a lot of time on. What we did is we just averaged it across all the complaints across the state, regional boards, the divisions, and offices to understand that it takes an average about 62 days from receiving a complaint to closing it out. And again, that is an average. We've also seen a couple other trends. We see that during the hotter months, on average, it takes longer to close a complaint, and it also, similarly, during those months, we receive more complaints. So through like the 4-month period from June through September, the water board received 475 complaints on average versus the other 8 months, 421 on average. So you see a slight increase during the warmer months. That might be because folks are outside more. That might be because they're recreating near water bodies. There's a lot of reasons why that might be. But just to give you a sense on how they get closed out. And again, some are much quicker than others, but on average, 62 days. Next slide, please. So now that we've kind of talked about we talked about workflow and some of the statistics related to how work comes into the enforcement program, I wanted to talk a little bit about outputs. And I want to acknowledge first off that it is difficult to qualify outputs on a water board-wide basis. We have so many programs that we handle and different types of outputs. Enforcement metrics also are often include tracking of outputs such as number of inspections, informal and formal actions taken, but success is often just expressed in terms of individual case results. And we really, one of the things, we struggle with on the enforcement data is how to quantify success on a program basis. I'm going to take some time to talk about two specific programs, water quality and cannabis, just because those programs have some good data that we can look at and show some of those outcomes. But at the end, in my conclusion, we'll talk about some areas where we continue to strive to try to improve the way we handle data in the enforcement context. So on the next slide, this is a compilation of just our performance reports. And those are the publicly available performance reports that we have on our website. And this is just shows the last 6 fiscal years. Just want to note that the last chart at the end, the fiscal year 24-25 is preliminary. It's not complete. We haven't issued that performance report yet. But this shows how water board staff, the kind of outputs that we see from the enforcement program when they're working to obtain compliance, and we see the different tools that are used. The informal actions are in blue, informal being notices of violations, staff enforcement letters, even verbal like conversations, inspection reports that identify violations. Those types of actions are in blue, compliance actions in orange, and then penalty in the gray. And we really do see that as a program, enforcement is progressive, and we do focus on getting compliance at the lowest level of effort, in the sense that providing notice and opportunity to come into compliance and compliance assistance leading up to any sort of formal or administrative civil liability action. And that's really reflected in these graphs. We do see in the last graph, we saw a little bit of a weird trend in that the compliance actions at this point in time, when the preliminary data are outnumbering informal actions, and we looked into that a little more in depth. And 1, the numbers are still preliminary, and 2, Region 5 has undergone a big effort to clear a backlog in their stormwater reporting violations, and so they've issued a number of what's considered compliance actions. They've issued a number of notices of noncompliance that fall into that category. They're still informal, and they're still before there's some sort of formal penalty or other thing imposed, but we see them kind of outnumbering informal actions right now in the current 24-25 fiscal year. Next slide, please. Something that folks always want to know and always want to talk about is where's that money that we're collecting for enforcement penalties and those administrative civil liability actions? Where is it going, and what does that look like? Here, for some reason, the chart on top is not defined. The orange one is compliance projects. The brown is cash money into various statutory accounts. So that's liability collected. The whole thing is liability imposed, the whole bar. The green is supplemental environmental projects that are funded. The yellow is enhanced compliance actions, and the orange again is compliance projects. And so this chart really demonstrates liability imposed over the last 4 years, from 2019 to 2024. And what we see is, again, how much is going into statutory funds, required funds, and those are either the cleanup and abatement account or the waste discharge permit fund. On whole, the majority of our penalties do go, and the larger majority goes into cleanup and abatement account, but it all depends on the violations alleged. Why I wanted to show this is I wanted to show you that we have seen an increase in the dedication of liability to supplemental environmental projects. And again, that's that green bar. And we have seen an increase in the last few years. So that's an important trend. And then on the next slide, we also see out of that green, that amount of liability being dedicated to projects, we do see a significant amount being dedicated to supplemental environmental projects in EJ and DAC communities. And that is the column on the right. Out of the, the total SEP dollars, we do see a higher portion in more recent years, and that I think is reflective of the agency's emphasis on providing projects in those communities, and also our supplemental environmental project policy having clear exceptions to the 50% cap on liability for those communities. So in other words, when you have a community in environmental justice or disadvantaged community benefiting from a supplemental environmental project in a settlement, you can dedicate up to 100% of the liability being imposed to those projects. And I think we see that being taken advantage of more recently. In the next slide, this is again something that folks always ask, and this is kind of the breakout of how the funds in the cleanup and abatement account have been used in more recent years. So again, since fiscal year 2018 up to fiscal year 24-25, the orange total is in the cleanup and abatement of projects. So orange being cleanup and abatement projects, we see that being the largest portion of cleanup and abatement funds are spent on cleanup and abatement projects. The blue being emergency drinking water projects. Again, so for the past 5 years, we see for over $4 million being spent on emergency drinking water projects. We also see in yellow the emergency wastewater projects. So over $1 million there. And then the smaller types of projects are study and monitoring, and restoration, and other regional board needs. So those, again, are kind of just the breakout of where cleanup and abatement project funds are going. I don't know how my slides got a little bit messed up, so the titles are missing on that one. Okay, so next slide. I wanted to transition a little bit and talk a little bit about data in our cannabis program as well. I know that the water quality program data is something we talk about a lot. It's in CWICS, it's on the performance report, and I wanted to dig into like a little subset. Of course, cannabis, the cannabis program, it implies both water rights and water quality. It involves the regional boards, the Division of Water Rights, and our own office, DWQ and the Office of Enforcement are all involved in the cannabis program. This regulatory program is one of our newer regulatory programs, and it really does a good job of tracking metrics and using it to kind of adjust their workflow and their processes and procedures. So just as a background, you all know that the pilot program began in 2014. In 2017 and 18, it became a statewide program and was fully at its higher staffing levels. In 2020, it took a significant reduction in staff due to the fact that enrollments in the program were lower than anticipated. And there was limited fees coming into the program because of that low regulatory participation. And so what I wanted to look at in this program is to show how this program has shifted and gained efficiencies with what is now a more limited staffing resources. And so if we go to the next slide, the cannabis program really, after going through that staffing reduction, started to focus on program efficiencies. And they developed a single portal for applying to and getting accepted into the cannabis general order. That was centralized, and DWQ worked hard to centralize that process and make it more efficient and effective. We also consolidated consistent tracking tools for the entire program across all regions, offices, and divisions involved. And then worked really hard on enrollment fee payment reconciliation. And what that means is in this program, we found that we had a number of parties enrolled in our general order that weren't actually paying the fees, and worked hard to align both the staff being funded through those fees and to make sure that those fees were coming in and that the enrollments reflected active fee payers. And we're still working on that process. We've also streamlined multi-agency coordination efforts and developed and implemented expedited field notices. And those field notices allow our inspection staff to let all of our partners, our in law enforcement and local agencies, know what violations were seen in the field quickly, as well as putting the regulated entities, parties on notice of what the violations are immediately during the inspection or as people are leaving the inspection, so that that work on compliance can begin quickly. So if we go to the next slide, looking at, so the cannabis program tracks its total inspections, and it also tracks inspections per inspector. So on the left, that is the total inspections bar. And now those years are for 2019, 2020, 21, 22. So 2019 through 2024. And we see the huge spike in 2019, and that's when the program was fully staffed, what we call fully staffed. And we were conducting a significant number of inspections. But what you can see if you compare it to the green chart on the right, which is inspections per inspector, even though we have decreased staff and number of inspectors across the program area, and the inspections have gone down, we've actually been able to increase the number of inspections per inspector from 2019 to 2024. So we went from less than 15 inspections per inspector to in excess of 20 inspections per inspector. And some of the, again, it illustrates the inspections, the efficiencies gained from the program. If you can go to the next slide, please. Here, the slide illustrates a shift in focus in the program toward the deterrence and deterrence of illegal cultivation. So as the program staff shifted and the funding sources for the program shifted, the program made very conscious efforts to make sure that they were focusing the resources on deterring illegal cultivation. Here on the left, we see elevated enforcement actions. And again, this is from year 2019 to 2024. Number of enforcement actions, elevated enforcement actions, meaning more than taking a notice of violation, a cleanup and abatement order, and other actions, administrative civil liability actions. And then on the right, we see total penalties for both water rights and water quality imposed across those same years, 2019 to 2024. We see a notable increase in penalties collected for the program. And that just, again, it shows that demonstrated that shift towards focusing enforcement and deterring illegal, unregulated cultivation. If we go to the next slide. Similarly, the program outreach events and new enrollments. So on the left, we have number of outreach events conducted by the program, and on the right in green, we have new enrollments. Here you see how staffing resources realigned away from regulatory activities such as outreach and education as we right-size the program to reflect the number of folks enrolled in it. We still spend a lot of time. It is not a brand new program. In the very beginning in 2019, that first bar, we spent a lot of time with outreach and education to inform the regulated community about the program. We still do spend a significant amount of time out there in 2024 still conducting those outreach and education. Not as much, but we also see that steep decline in the green of the number of new enrollments in the program over the last few years. So we've really seen a change in 2019. We see that huge spike where everyone kind of got into the program. There was a lot of anticipation of there being a legal market and legal cultivation throughout the state, and then we see a drop off. We still have over 400 or 4,000 enrollments in our cannabis general order right now, and 500 in our small irrigation use registration. But if we go to the next slide, we'll see one of the reasons why we've seen that drop off in new enrollments. And here in 2025, we still have nearly 70% of counties in California that ban cultivation. And so we had a huge spike in the beginning of the program of folks across all of California who are interested in kind of getting into the regulated market. And then we saw the reality of the fact that a lot of local a lot of local jurisdictions chose not to allow cultivation in their counties. And so many of those enrollments dropped out of the program. And we see a smaller number of people coming into the program as we see the permissive counties being saturated with the maximum number of licenses that they're going to issue. So we've seen smaller growth in the program, and again, a lot of right sizing of the program as we realize who's no longer paying their fees, and we're moving people out of the program when they're delinquent in their fees, and bringing in fewer new enrollments. So with that, just wanted to kind of connect the dots on some of the work that's been happening in that program. On the next slide, I just wanted to take a minute to wrap up and conclude some of the data you've seen today. I think as an agency, each program area within the water boards has its own way of tracking and reporting out enforcement-related data. We do a good job as a program keeping track of performance metrics such as complaints received, inspections conducted, timing and issuance of subsequent actions taken in response to identified violations. And these are important metrics for us as a program. They help us identify trends and the impacts of changes in practice, such as, again, adoption of these efficiency measures we saw in cannabis. Looking at the workflow inflow that we see coming into the Office of Enforcement kind of as a good indicator of what's going on in the program more at large. It really highlights why prioritization of cases and identification of enforcement priorities is important when we are dealing with limited enforcement resources, because our enforcement resources are so constrained. Identifying priorities and deliberately triaging cases and potential cases is really necessary to make sure we're making the best use of our resources. So it helps to have that information. Looking at outcomes from specific programs can help us identify if policies or changes in focus are having their desired effect. I think we see that in the SEP policy, being able to dedicate more cleanup and abatement, more liability that would go to the cleanup and abatement account to projects in EJ and disadvantaged communities. But one thing overall, just with an eye towards always looking to improve, our enforcement programs make a great use of available tools in tracking and reporting out, but we still have a challenge in the enforcement program of how we quantify the effectiveness of those programs. And I think we have that challenge maybe with the regulatory program as well. It's like, we always want to know, like, what is the benefit to water quality? What is the benefit to the water rights system? What is the overarching impact? For enforcement, success is often expressed on a case-by-case basis, and that makes it difficult to understand the bigger picture of how individual cases, whether they're successful or even if they're not, can contribute to a better culture of compliance. That's something that we still struggle on. How do we capture that? And how do we reflect that in our enforcement data? To that end, we're continuing to explore what it would mean to have compliance rates in some of our programs, what a compliance rate would look like, how would we express that in a way. There's been efforts in the past to try to identify things like how many gallons of sediment or discharges are avoided and things along those lines. And we still are trying to find good ways to express it, to capture what we feel are successes of our program. And we continue to look for how we can drive more meaningful enforcement through tracking of these metrics and our outcomes, and how we can set goals to drive that enforcement. So I think it's a good dialogue to start the dialogue, is to look at what we have and what we have tracked and what that shows as a jumping off point of the next steps.
Really, really appreciative, Ms. West and Mr. Orozco, for this work. To your point, this is a first good step, really just wrapping our arms around what data we easily have available, and lets us start to, refine and better start to unpack what, as a board member, and I think we all understand, are a lot of complexities within enforcement, and it is a continuum of compliance, right? And starts with that just outreach and education with the regulated entities, and providing those opportunities to take corrective action without having to go down the full suite of enforcement action that we can take with them. So the more that we can capture that, the more we're able to understand how we can start to develop those data sources, can just help refine this program. And to your point, really speak then to the benefit ultimately of all this work. And what comes to mind is the performance report as like a good place as we start to maybe find what those metrics may be or where how that data may be developed in our program, to go into a place where we can maybe start connecting those threads throughout the regulatory programs as well. And to your point, really start focusing on outcomes. I know the performance report right now is still much about kind of number of permits, the widgets, if you will, but figuring out how that then ties to then outcomes that communities experience and the benefits to water quality and water management generally, I think is, I know, something this board has spoken about, and I think that we continue to see progress here and there in the programs in trying to get that better picture. So just thank you. This has been just really interesting to unpack the various trends out there and ultimately see where those resources in drinking water enforcement are showing up, and seeing more cases now come up. So being able to connect even the resource requests that we've had in enforcement to then seeing these outcomes in the number of complaints or cases that are being fielded in those spaces is really great to see, is really just positive. So thank you. Thanks for the great work and leadership across all this. It means a lot. And hopefully folks out there are themselves helping to see a snapshot and better understand when it comes to the slides. And, I know there was a technical difficulty there. I'm not sure if I have to remember if we're posting all of our slides on the website, but would be good to make sure those are just adjusted and provided for folks that might be out there wanting to better
I'd be
deep dive
happy
on
to
the
do
data.
that. I think they were linked to, and when I sent it, they broke the
agenda.
links and all the titles disappeared. So I'll be happy to resend those in a better format.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Mhm.
All right. Looking to fellow board colleagues, questions, comments. Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, thanks. Really so much good reflection there, and appreciate the space. One of the things in our racial equity action plan was to develop proposal around subs and cleanup and abatement, and how we can ensure that penalty money is going to areas, particularly areas to address those disparate impacts. And this is super helpful to see that, subs are both increasing and going to mostly disadvantaged communities. And one of the things that the charts didn't break out, but as you said, regions are always interested in seeing, well, is there penalty money going to their region? And I think often SEPs are a way that they're able to do that more directly, or at least see that connection more directly. But there's also a need to, there's a lot of disadvantages with SEPs, and there's also a need to continue to have a robust cleanup and abatement account. So I just putting a plug to, as we look forward, I think hopefully later this year, just continue to follow up on some internal reflections on our cleanup and abatement fund and SEP programs, and how we might reflect on continuing to iterate around the desire to have to target funds to disproportionately impacted areas, but also reflect on what's working and what's not. And there's really good insights here. I think in some ways, just the last few years seem like they've really shifted maybe some patterns that were happening earlier, and a lot of money is now going to SEPs, and particularly in underserved areas. So maybe that's a useful pathway. And maybe we've worked through that, but I think it's worth a continued discussion with regions and the board and the public on how we continue to refine that. And then, I think I just echo, what's been said, and I think your closing thoughts, Ms. West, on just this is it's a core program, and it's hard to show the impacts beyond maybe a penalty or something like that. But I think it's really helpful for us to see how this has evolved, see the areas of the board's work that are now shifting to take advantage of enforcement in ways that we haven't before. I know with drinking water, just having funding and technical assistance resources means that we also need to lean into the enforcement side as well, because folks need, they have the option of taking advantage of those. And if they're not, then we need to be using those enforcement tools to make sure that things are moving. So I just, there's so much rich information here and reflection, and appreciate the presentation and work.
Thank you, board member. Other comments from folks at this time? Seeing none then, thank you. Really
you very
appreciate this update. Much appreciation, and look forward to further updates. And I know there's just continues to be an incredible amount of work that goes on in the Office of Enforcement. So thank you for the entire team and its work. It's really been incredible to see the office continue to grow. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes item number 9. Brings us to item number 10 on this 2-day board meeting. Board member reports. We're coming into an end. Folks, any board member would like to kick us off?
I don't have a report. Thanks.
Thank you.
I don't have a report.
Many thanks. Board member Morgan.
Thank you, Chair. Let's see here. So on June 24th, I attended a tour of the Merced River with the Merced Irrigation District. Then on July 8th, I went to visit the Eastern Municipal Water District to tour their Paris 2 desal facility. And so that was great. Just to take a look at the facility, and I really enjoyed the way that they do the tour and they have the facility, because a lot of times you go and they'll say, hey, here's this filter, it does this. And it's a capsule. And so that's just what you see. But they did have pieces where they could actually show you what is inside and explain what is occurring. And so that was a really good tour. We also went by the Paris Valley Water Reclamation Facility. So that was a good day. So that was on July 8th. And then on July 12th, this past Saturday, I went to a ribbon cutting event at the city of Southgate. It was just really remarkable. The project started off as a stormwater project, and so diverting some stormwater from the Los Angeles River, and basically doing a nature-based solution. It was a green infrastructure project and cleaning that, and then basically then the treated water can be returned to the river. And so the city wanted to do more, and so they took a look and said, well, here's the start of the project. What else can we do? So with the city and then some other partners, the Trust for Public Land, they came together, and this is just the completion of phase 1 of a 3-phase project. The entire project will be 30 acres. It will end up having 200 fruit trees, including avocados, oranges, lemons, limes, just a really great community space. It's a little infill area in between a community and also the freeway. But it will provide walking trails, water features, educational center, educational garden. And it has the placard that says, what is a wetland, and really educates the public and the community and children about what a wetland and a nature-based solution is. Just a really remarkable project. And so it was an honor to go and be a part of that celebration and to join the city on Saturday. That concludes my report.
Fantastic. Thank you for that, board member, and thank you for being out there. I know it's just always really rewarding to get out and be able to see projects as they come to fruition and to connect with community members there. So thank you for representing the board and being out there. Just quickly for myself, on June 23rd, on that Thursday, I spoke at the Water Education Foundation. They have their cohort that they do, their leadership program. Was able to go and speak to them and connect with them on their project, which they're focusing on water rights in the state. Really great topic for them to focus on, and appreciative. Looking forward to their report and what they synthesize. And then on Friday, the 27th, myself, Eric Oppenheimer, our executive director, Mr. Ekdahl, deputy, and also Anna Neymark, we went and toured around with Modesto Irrigation District, or Merced Irrigation District, apologies. The other M, did a tour, not unlike the one board member Morgan did. I believe she went earlier in the week. Thank you for smoothing out, bits that you saw there in the tour. It was a great tour, and we were very fortunate for the invitation and appreciate the opportunity to connect with folks. And then just quickly on Monday, the 30th, spoke at the CV Salt Summit that Region 5 held along with all the partners. Was really good to be able to address folks there, encourage people to continue to do more, not just live by the floor, the letter of the law when it comes to our regulations, but really embrace the opportunity to better manage both nutrients and salts in the valley. And then just, you have to note, last week, both board member Morgan and I were before the Senate committee on our confirmation. We're able to get out of committee, headed to the floor now, and just thanks for everyone's support in our process as we were going up for confirmation. That's all I have. Anything, Vice Chair? No report? Okay, great. That wraps board member reports, brings us to the executive director report. At least an hour on executive director's report is what I'm
Always.
thinking right now. Mr. Oppenheimer, anything you'd like to highlight, anything to flag?
Yeah, one thing, and it came up a little bit in the Delta Water Master report, but there's a entry in the executive director's report on the Cal Water's data system, and I just wanted to mention that and highlight the fact that the division has initiated recently a soft launch of the system, so people are out there using it, and we're going to use what we use this time to work out the bugs and get the system ready for a full launch later this year.
Thanks for that flag. One of the most exciting projects. I know between the wastewater needs assessment earlier, and there's a lot of exciting projects, but that is one of the more significant projects out there. Hats off to the entire team. Mr. Ekdahl, you and the team have a lot to be proud of. I know DIT had an incredible role here as well in bringing us all together. The project is on budget, on time, and so look forward to a public release here in the fall as we, iron out the last bit of bugs, but just incredible amount of pride in the work that's gone on there, and the advisory group there as well. All the water right holders out there that have been part of the process have received some initial feedback from some folks, and they're really excited. They're really excited by what this means for the state of California, its ability for us to be better decision makers in the water rights space and have a platform that the state deserves to manage its resources in these really critical times. So huge thanks. Hats off. Look forward to what is going to be a further unveiling and a lot more discussion around that platform as we unroll it. So many thanks. Okay, anything further from folks for the good of the order on executive director's report? Hearing none. This brings us to the end of our 2-day board meeting, but not the end of our meeting writ large. We will go into closed session, and we will go into closed session on the conveyance project and sites, and we will be up in 2540 for that convening. It is now very much lunch. Do we want to give ourselves 30 minutes? Is 30 minutes work to be able to maybe convene at 2 o'clock, if that's okay? Or we can transition quickly to closed session. So 2 o'clock is fair for everybody? Okay. Then we will go into closed session at 2. We'll close out there officially thereafter. And then our next board meeting will be August 5th and 6th. So until that time, everyone be safe, be well. Look forward to seeing you all then. We will go into closed session and then close out thereafter. Thanks again, everyone. Appreciate the 2-day board meeting.